Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the special council meeting for Wednesday, January 25th, 2017. I'd like to call the special meeting of council to order. Can we have, the clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry, and can we have the late items, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. The only late items this evening, I believe, will be the delegations, and there were sign-up sheets available prior to the meeting, and for each of the topics, you can read out the delegations in order. For item 6A, though, the presentation from staff will be first.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kipp.
Well, Your Worship, this was a quick called meeting, and it is my wife's birthday today, and I had planned to go out for dinner with her, and I have to leave about 6:15, and my wife's far more important than this group. Sorry. All of you, every one of you.
Thank you, Councillor Kipp. Councillor Brennan.
I was contacted by the president of the Protection Island Neighborhood Association, and he wishes to speak on his own behalf, simply as a citizen, and he'd also he's been asked to speak as the president of the Protection Island group. So I understand he was advised that because he is one person that he can't register as two bodies, but I think he can, and I would like to move that he be permitted to speak on behalf of the Protection Island.
What's the gentleman's name?
Gary Weichert. And don't ask me how to spell it.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Can Ms. Gurry provide us with the legislation on such? Oops.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Beswick, Mr. Wykeham has requested this before, and the last time he was told that he could speak as both the president of the Protection Island and as himself if he requested by council and council allowed it. So our current practice is that you can only sign up once to speak. So if council chooses, they can allow him to speak twice.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up then, please. So is that made well aware to all delegations somehow through our procedures and our websites and our information, that if you wish to speak twice, you simply, and particularly when there's a subject matter that will have a number of delegations, so does that mean 2 times 5 minutes?
It's council's pleasure whether they allow him to speak twice, and every time we've had a delegation request to speak twice, we've let them know that no, you can only speak once unless council allows or requests that you speak twice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. As much as I would like to hear people speak, I'm going to not approve this request because this gentleman has come up before us and we've already allowed him to speak twice, one time already. Knowing the rules, he could have asked somebody else from the Protection Island to speak on his behalf. All he was going to do is read out something from Protection Island Association, so then he could have spoke as himself. So I don't think it's fair. We've let him do it once. Now he's asking us to do it again. I can't see that being fair to others. And I think, like I said, as an association as a whole, there are other members on the association that can speak for that association. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hong. Councillor Brennan.
It seems to me that that this is the wrong interpretation. In any other situation, a person who represents as themselves is that person. They are Joe Smith. In this instance, he's not Joe Smith. He is president of the Protection Island Ratepayers or Neighborhood Association. Those are two distinct things. The fact that it's the same guy is really not of concern to us, or at least shouldn't be of concern to us. He is here on his own behalf, and as it happens, he is here on behalf of the Ratepayers Association, or the Neighborhood Association. Those we have to see those as two distinct things. Complicating that, this is not just an ordinary situation where you live in Departure Bay and you knock on your neighbor's door and say, look, I happen to be the president of the society, but they're telling me this at City Hall. Can you appear and read this out? This is Protection Island. This requires either your own boat to get here or to take the ferry to get here. And it seems, I have to say, if what we're doing here is asking for the public to come and talk to us and tell us what they think about our proposal, then to try to cut them off on a technical point seems, one, to simply be wrong in law, and two, to simply be wrong in the practice of consulting with your population.
Thank you. So before we get into any further debate on this item, we need to have a motion on the floor. Section 49 of Bylaw 7060 is very clear. Any one or more of the rules and orders contained in this bylaw may be temporarily suspended by an affirmative vote of the majority of all council members. So that allows us to vary our bylaw, our procedure bylaw. What we need to do is, rather than get into further debate, that we get a motion on the floor that's properly seconded, and I'll call the vote on it.
So I move that Mr. Wycombe be permitted to speak on behalf of the Protection Island.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. I'm going to call the question immediately. All those in favor? Opposed? Show that Councillors Kipp, Fuller, Thorpe, Bestwick, and Hong are opposed. Motion fails.
Actually, I'm on the speaker's list. There's a motion on the floor with a seconder, and you have my name on your queue, and I would have liked to have addressed it once the motion was on the floor. That is procedure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. The fact is that I can call the question, and I did call the question. So can we please move on?
The fact is I did not vote, and I did without the opportunity to have the opportunity to speak to the motion that was on the floor.
I understand that, councillor. I called the question. I gave notice I was calling the question.
And I gave you notice. That's the only opportunity, and the only way that I can give you notice of my desire to speak is to press my button to speak.
I got that. Thank you very much. Ms. Samra.
So you're neglecting my opportunity to speak to a motion
Councillor, can
that's
we move
been
on,
moved
please?
and seconded.
Councillor, can we move on, please? Councillor, pardon me, Ms. Samra.
Certainly, I was just going to ask the city clerk to give us a ruling on procedures.
So the motion was voted on. The mayor called the question. And so I believe we should move on at this point because he did call the question and what the vote was taken.
Thank you. Thank you. So can we have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended, please? Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So before we get started, we're going to have a number of speakers here tonight that are going to have differing opinions, and we need to just lay down some ground rules here for both council and for the gallery. This is a business meeting, and it's to conduct the business of council. So I wish to read a statement with respect to council meeting decorum. A meeting of council is intended to be a place where democracy can freely take place in a respectful and safe manner. The council chambers is a workplace, and there are considerations council staff must take to ensure that a safe work environment exists. Each councillor brings to the meeting their own individual personalities, attributes, abilities, and values. Each member of council is required to be respectful, not interrupt or disrupt another member of council, staff, or the public when they do not have the floor. Important attributes of the mayor and councillors include being fair and reasonable, objective and impartial, firm but friendly, confident but considerate, tactful and courteous, confining discussion to within the scope of the meeting and within reasonable limits of time. Therefore, there will be no cheering, jeering, or other outbursts from the gallery to ensure that anyone speaking, whether it be a delegation, member of council, or staff, is not interrupted and do so freely without fear of ridicule. The microphone of anyone that is being inappropriate or has exceeded their time limit will be cut off. If there are outbursts by any person in the gallery, they may be asked to stop, and if they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. A recess is another tool that we may use in order to reset the environment of the council chambers. It is our belief that if everyone is respectful of these considerations, this meeting and future meetings will be more effective in furthering the business of the City of Nanaimo. Thank you very much. So on the Mayor's report, moving on, I wanted to say that I was honored today to attend the funeral and burial of former Chief David Bob of Stanawas First Nations. Chief Bob was a stalwart of his community, and he was on council for some 5 terms, covering a couple of decades. He was, at all times, he worked hard, and he was well recognized by his community as being the leader that they need in a community such as theirs. And as I say, I was proud to attend that service today. Thank you very much. Next item under administration. The Event Centre and South Downtown Waterfront Utilities Projects, Development, Construction, and Operating Financing Framework. And the purpose is to outline the Event Centre and South Downtown Waterfront Utilities Projects Development, Construction, and Operating Financing Framework. There's a presentation by Mrs. Tracy Samra, Chief Administration Officer, and Mr. Victor Mema, Chief Financial Officer, to provide a presentation regarding the Event Centre and the South Downtown Waterfront Utilities Projects, Development, Construction, and Operating Financing Framework. So, Ms. Samra. Mr. Mema.
Thank you, Worship. We are going to go through 2 presentations. The first one would be the results of the Ernst & Young review of the business case, and then we'll go straight after that into the financing framework. This report or presentation is attached to my report, and we did get some indications that some aspects of it are difficult to follow. Obviously, these are complex issues, so we'll try so that for members of the public here and at home have an opportunity to probably have a better understanding of those results. Before I get into detail on the EY report, for context, once we received the business case and the Phase 2 report in early December 2016, Council asked staff to engage a financial advisor to do a third-party independent review of the business case, and Ernst & Young was retained for that purpose. So they split their review into 2. First, they looked into the business case assumptions around revenue as well as around expenses, and then secondly, they looked at the financing framework, and so that's what I will try and present. I must caution that most of the EY report and the business case remains in camera, so there may be some sections where I might appear to be cryptic, but it is for the intent of protecting the interests of the city of Nanaimo as it goes through negotiations. Once the negotiations are done, the reports will be made public. And even at that point, to some extent, some items will remain in camera because even from an operations perspective, there are things that the city and event center will be in competition with other event centers across or nearby. And so I wanted to make that clear. So the operating assumptions analysis that was done by EY looked at the work that was provided to them from phase 2. The business case or the business plan model was done by Stafford's, a reputable North American leader in event centers and sport events facilities. The purpose of that was to test the assumptions. We call that a stress test, which means you end up looking at some scenarios, best case, worst case, most likely in that regard. Obviously, the work that was undertaken by Stafford's, they have access to some databases that are confidential, and they couldn't share that with EY. But we devised a methodology to work around that, which I believe worked pretty well. We relied on information from BBB, also spoke to 2 other leading event center management companies on the assumptions without sharing too much detail on that. And then we relied heavily on EY's own resources, sports and entertainment group in Toronto as well as in New York. So from an operating perspective, they did identify a couple of risks that we must take care of as we go through this process and find mitigation strategies around. First one was around event centers and attendance. As we proceed and engage a promoter, as we get into negotiations, we need to be aware that we are entering into a new market here and also be realistic as to what is feasible and not feasible. And that process will go on as we negotiate that. Also, the assumptions around luxury seats and advertising. It's a new market, so it's a market that we have to be aggressive about so we can achieve some of the work that we are looking into. They also did advise that there is a possibility that we can get some synergies in shared management, where that would have one management company manage several of our facilities. That way we can share that cost. Now, I'll just address just one item in terms of the event numbers. So we did ask them to say, could you then stress test the numbers as provided now? Compare this and benchmark to several other similar projects or similar demographics where they have event centers. So they came up with 2 scenarios, a base case as provided by BBB, and then they had a conservative case. And when they were doing the conservative case, it was to look at saying, for this category of events, and for argument's sake, if the assessment is that we would have 6 of a certain type of events, what would happen to the numbers if we only got 6 or if we only got 3? So that's how this model was worked through. So for events, so the 2 dotted lines that you see there give you the range that we got from independent operators. The events would run between 80 and about 130 per year. So from a base case in year 1, if you're looking, the report was talking about just under 120. From a conservative perspective, that was dialed down to just over 100. And that's how they looked at this across. Now, the takeaway from this slide is that the assumption as given in the base case, as well as the stress-tested outcome are within the range of 80 to 130. So that gives us the comfort level that these are generally feasible. That's all I would say about the business case in terms of operations. Council did receive the detailed part of this, but for purposes of a public display, that's as much as I would say. On the financing side of the project itself, we provided them with our thoughts around funding requirements and funding sources, and they did look at the risks and also the feasibility of those funding sources and identified some risks for us to take a look at. So, obviously, once Council did choose a site, it helped us to specifically define the costs associated to the site. So, the numbers that you see are all here dependent on One Port Drive site. So, the requirements are driven by debt service and also property insurance. You will recall that from phase 2, there was a qualifier from the business case that the numbers that you saw, they did not include debt service, they did not include insurance. So we've made assumptions around that. We also looked at the fact that within the business case, there was talk or inclusion of an facility fee, and looked at the scope of what that means in terms of contributing to a surplus or a deficit situation. And then we looked at funding sources as given. So the requirements are, as provided in my report, we are recommending that you build at One Port Drive a facility that's going to cost you $80 million, and you debt finance this. And so the debt financing assumptions are around a 20-year loan at about 3%. And by law, we are supposed to, or required to borrow from the Municipal Finance Authority, where all municipalities in BC except for Vancouver borrow. The last time that they were out in the market as a pool, a 20-year term loan attracted an interest rate of about 2.1%. So we rounded this up to about 3% just to be safe. This would require a debt service payment of about $5.4 million, and we assumed about $200,000 per annum for property insurance, and that adds up to $5.6 million an annum as funding requirements on top of the operations. So funding sources, where would the funding come from? So for operations, you would get your funding from internally generated funds, obviously from tickets, from rental of ice, from suites and premium seats. That's where you get the funding for your operations. You would, for public, for the debt service, you would get your funding sources from a hotel tax. I'll speak more to that. The Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, our general revenue, and payments in lieu of taxes. For the debt service, all the funding sources that are being asked here to be directed to debt service are already in existence. This is already in the books. This is not new money that we're looking for. These are existing funding sources. So, initially, we had two scenarios, a base case and a conservative case. Then we made a few changes and ended up with a modified base and a modified conservative case. The only difference here in the third scenario is we made an assumption that we wanted to collect a ticket surcharge that will allow the city to provide for asset management or renewal of the asset itself, and also be able to put money away to stabilize revenues so that in years where, for some reason, if the operations do not raise enough funds to cover operations, we can dip into that stability reserve so that there is limited or no requirement of funds to be transferred from the city as a subsidy to the operations of the event center. So these charts assume that you now have the ticket surcharge, and there's an assumption around that. We looked at what's been done in Edmonton. We looked at other facilities and seen what levels they're doing. I'm not able to share what the surtax number is, but it's a practice that is being used elsewhere. So it just shows here where, after all your operations, where the surtax would provide you additional funds. With the modified base, you're looking at about starting off at just under $800,000 a year. With the conservative modified, it's just over about 700. And then we have the red line, which is your capital reserve. And from a display, and we were looking at this when we were testing this, obviously once you get the big projector, you lose some of the colorings here. But can explain this one-on-one to people on the report that's on my report. Then, after you take out the net capital reserve contribution, the money that you want to put away to keep the building and its upkeep fresh, with this, if you are looking at the conservative case, not the modified one, the facility would require, in the first 2 years, just about $200,000 a year in subsidies. That's in the conservative case. That's your worst case scenario. And then everything else is above zero, with your base as presented in phase 2 really picking up in about year 3. Then you have the conservative modified starting off and picking up at about year 3 at about $400,000 in net operating income after you've made the contributions for your capital reserve. Once you put in place the revenue stabilization fund itself, then the numbers change somewhat, but the conservative one also is really on the zero, but everything else is above zero. Now, these are projections. Obviously, operations would do up and down, but we think we have provided enough of a buffer to make sure that we can depend on operations to provide enough revenues to pay for operations without requiring a subsidy from the city. So I won't go too much into detail with this and rush through to talk about the risks. Obviously, in summary, you have the event center numbers. We've talked about those, luxury seating and negotiations. Cost of financing, there's a risk involved there if the interest rates were to change, but we don't believe there would be anywhere above 3% by the time we go to borrowing. Obviously, this has to go through an approval process, and that's a risk that we have to manage as we go through that process. So in short, that's the outcome of the EY report. Like I said, there's a thick report that goes with this, with more detail, which we will share at a later time to some extent once we go through some negotiations with other parties. So we'll shift to the other presentation quickly. The next presentation really speaks to the report that's in front of you. You asked us at the December 19 meeting that we should speak to you or provide you with options as to how to finance this facility. I'll have the CAO speak to the first 2 slides, and then I'll take over after that.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first slide is setting the context, and this is a high-level summary of the report, Phase 1 and Phase 2. So The event center is a large-scale sporting events and tournament center that requires an anchor, such as the WHL. It's also for major touring shows, larger community and cultural events, concerts for a larger audience than we can get into the Port Theatre. And one of the attributes that the event center would be is to expand the conference facilities, so the VICC can change from a Tier 3 to potentially a Tier 1 conference facility, which would address some of the challenges in terms of maximizing conferencing at the VICC. And the other attribute that the reports have identified is that it's a gateway to the downtown, the South Downtown waterfront, and would act as an anchor to extend the waterway, the trails, revitalize the downtown community. I'll let you go there.
Thank you. So, for the $80 million in debts that we are asking you to incur, what is the city really buying? On the events center side, you will recall that in the Phase 2 report, there was talk of option A, B, C. So in this case, what we're saying is we are not predefining what option the city should go after. We are proposing that as we look at the numbers, there is scope that the city actually achieves the higher option at the $80 million. And once you prescribe the option, then you lose or take away the flexibility for people that are going to either design, build this, or bid on this to provide you with some innovation. So we are looking at a seating capacity of up to 5,700 for hockey and sports seats, up to 8,300 for concerts and shows. The facility will have retail space, indoor walking trail, multi-purpose space for arts and culture, and an outdoor event space. Obviously, on the amenities side, we're looking at realignment of Front Street, an access road to the back, and to One Port Drive in general, and also some storm and sewer lines that need to be worked on.
And with respect to both of those, is that in Phase 1 and Phase 2, the consultants did sort of a startling, innovative design featuring West Coast features, but that isn't what we're putting out or requesting or recommending to council for the next set, leaving it open to whoever's bidding on it to look at what type of theme, perhaps doing the history of Nanaimo and the cultural diversity of Nanaimo, so not requesting that it be a First Nation design only. And the second part is, as part of the development of One Port Drive and the future development of the South Downtown waterfront, the investments in this site will extend beyond just the construction of an event center.
Thank you. So how will we pay for the $80 million? And I'm going to move quickly with this because I already touched on this, but I'll speak a little bit more, I think, on the funding sources themselves. I did speak about the total debt service of $5.3 million, split between $4.7 million on the event center and just under $700,000 on the amenities or utilities. The utilities side will be funded through Community Works for the $672,000. We will be coming back to council through the Finance and Audit Committee with a proposal asking that council explore a tax increment financing approach. And the reason we want to do this is the model will help that, as we believe that this project will be a catalyst for redevelopment of, obviously, the South Downtown, but the downtown in general. So the uplift in new assessment growth, if a portion of that will be dedicated towards debt service in the future, or as a fallback situation or option in the future when that happens. So I just put this in here, but it's showing as zero now because there's certainly additional work that needs to be done around that. We're also proposing that we work with our partner, the hoteliers, NHA, on increasing hotel tax to 1%. The process takes a bit, and I'll have Ms. Samra speak to that.
Certainly. We presented on the taxation agreement between the city and the NHA earlier this year in another context. Amendments to that agreement will take a considerable amount of time. It requires negotiations between the city and NHA to take a look at increasing the rate and looking at for what purposes. They have an internal governance system that needs to be respected, and they will go back to their membership and determine whether or not they're in support of making such an increase. And those negotiations will need to take place over the coming months.
Thank you. So if the hotel tax doesn't work out, I will speak to how I would cover that, or how we would cover that. The Strategic Infrastructure Reserve was set up in December. Two funding sources for that: the gaming funds, or the casino money, and then the Fortis. At this point, we're simply directing the gaming aspect of it. The $2.4 million is what we are redirecting towards debt service here. Under general revenues, we currently collect about $7 million a year towards general capital projects. We are recommending that we take about $2 million out of that allocation and use about 1.6 here. We'll replace the $2 million using the Community Works Fund, which is funded through gas tax. We receive about $4.3 million a year for that, and when it comes, it remains unallocated and sits in a reserve, and that reserve, as of now, has about $6-7 million sitting in unallocated. So in this case, we would use about 1.6 of that $2 million, which leaves us with a buffer of about $400,000 to take care of either if we don't get the 1% in place in time, or if it doesn't work, at least we have a fallback situation. We are also recommending that we take payments that we receive from the Nanaimo Port Authority for $400,000 a year in the future. Right now we have about $2 million sitting in a reserve, so that money will be used for other projects, and I think it's already spoken for. But for the future, redirect that $400,000 towards this debt service. So these will be the funding sources. Like I said, these are existing funding sources. The city does not require to go elsewhere. And there is, I think, a point to be made that when you are looking at these numbers, the only amount that you would say is coming from taxes, the 1.6. Everything else is coming from funding sources that are not taxes. And so this is not totally relying on property taxes, but casino money, hotel tax, and PILs. So will the event center require an operating subsidy from the city? I've already said because we're using existing revenue sources, there will be no requirement for, we're using a model that has an operating or revenue stabilization fund, so there will be no requirement for us to subsidize the event center. What is the impact to property taxes? The construction of an event center and the supporting infrastructure will not increase property taxes, and that's the point I tried to make earlier on, where all the funding sources identified at this point are already existing. There is no change in our taxes, so there will not be a requirement for us to increase our property taxes. What other projects or city services will be cut because of the event center? No projects or services will be cut. If you remember, I said when we redirect the $2 million, it's getting replaced by a transfer, an equivalent transfer from the Community Works Fund, which we get $4.3 million a year, and we'll utilize about $2 million of that so that there is no cut to projects. In any case, there is no cut to services because the amount that we are transferring was not going into services, it was going into projects, and that's being replaced by the transfer from the Community Works Fund. So in summary, why is the event center good for Nanaimo? The facility, as Ms. Samra noted, will act as a catalyst for redevelopment of the waterfront and the downtown area in general. And this is in line or in alignment with the phased development of South Downtown Waterfront as part of the priorities that Council set for itself in the strategic plan for 2016 to 2019. The city and the region will have a larger meeting space. One of the principles that you ask staff to work around is to make sure that the event center becomes complementary to existing facilities, so it does not take away. And we're designing, programming this to make sure that it is used for larger events that are not happening at this point. So that need to be net increase of events, but specifically the larger ones. The facility will attract tourists, and obviously from the MNP report, increase jobs in the region of about 859 jobs as a result of this facility. Obviously, through the feedback we got in phase 2, people really liked the idea of having an indoor walking trail that they could access in times when the weather is not permitting. If they want to be able to walk, they want to be able to drive up to the facility and walk around a little bit. And finally, every community that has an event center, they look at that as a source of pride for them. And we believe this will be the same for the city of Nanaimo. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Are we allowed to ask questions?
Okay, certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Question, contingency. How much, is there contingency built in there? Because people are talking about, our $80 million project could skyrocket to $100 million. Do we build in contingency?
Yes, there is a contingency. I will not speak to the amount, but there is a contingency. The reason why we will not speak to the amount is exactly to protect the interests of the city as we go into the procurement of the project. From an operations side, I've already spoken about the revenue stabilization, the asset management, so there is contingency provided for.
Okay, and one more question. With regards to how we talked about, I like the idea of the tax increment approach in the future development of downtown, because if this is going to be a catalyst for those developments that come in, I think it is important that we do allocate that tax money. So if we do get some, suppose another Cameron Island built itself on what they pay currently is about $1 million a year for property taxes, and the mall, Port Place Mall, pays roughly about $1 million a year. So if we're getting 2 more developments in that price range in that downtown, $2 million in taxes we get, what percentage would we allocate? Do we have a number? Or because I would like to see some of this other money go back into other things when we can do it. Do we have a percentage? And can we also currently take tax money out of downtown businesses and residents right now to go towards that? Or do we have to only do it in future?
I'll answer the first question, Your Worship, through to Councillor Hong. On the tax increment financing, the basic way that it runs is that it's for future development, so it's not for existing. And the easiest way to explain it that I've seen is essentially if you have a base tax base that is today, and say it's $10 million, and you, through projects like this and other development, end up with an increased value to $20 million. So your tax base used to be 10, it is now 20. You can pick a certain amount for 0 to 10 years, and from 0 to 100%, but you then get some of that $10 million increase back for other purposes as part of the revitalization. You can actually provide grants, which the city actually does in a lot of the downtown already, But in terms, the tax increment financing is a tool that specifically targets that increased property value, and therefore then the taxation that the city gets from. There's a variety of other tools that you can use, local area taxes, local improvement fees. There's quite a long list I could go through of other options you have to increase revenues, and it'd be more of what I think you're looking at as a user pay or an area improvement type of approach. But I think the tax increment financing, I'll leave it now, but understand that there are other options that we can discuss at a further date if you wish, Your Worship.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to delegations now. And the first group of delegates are going to be discussing the Event Center and Southtown Town Waterfront Utilities Projects, Development, Construction, and Operating Financing Framework. So we'll ask that everyone that is speaking speaks on topic and stays on topic of the item that they're here to discuss. So we have, starting off on that one, Mr. Gary Wickham, representing the Protection Island Homeowners Association? It used to be, yeah.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of City Council. My name is Gary Wickham. I live on Captain Morgan's Boulevard. I'm president of the Protection Island Neighborhood Association. It's a neighborhood association, not a homeowners association. We're very inclusive on the island. I'm making it clear, I'm here not talking as a private citizen today. I'm talking on behalf of the board of directors that is made up of 9 people, and there's approximately 100 people who belong to the neighborhood association. The actual motion that you passed at the beginning of the meeting was for me not to speak on behalf of the neighborhood association. But that is my first obligation that I'm here today, is to represent my association. So if that's okay with council, I'll go ahead and do that. I want to be up front. I'm not trying to slide anything in here or waste your time with things that aren't on the agenda. The prime purpose of my presentation is to actually discuss the location and how the location is going to be harming neighborhood planning and undermining neighborhood planning. I know, and like I say, I'm being upfront here. I'm honest. I don't want to go outside of the parameters that you have given us.
You are actually, sir.
I know I am. And so what I'm asking for is a little bit of latitude, Your Worship, because on Monday night it was announced that the Port Drive site would be the location. Because the agenda for Monday night was issued late Friday afternoon, I had no opportunity to become a delegation because we were past the 11 o'clock cutoff in the morning. There was nothing on the agenda that suggested that you were going to pick the site. That was simply announced, and so there was no opportunity for a debate or for a person to explain that.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would suggest if he would like to speak to something from Monday evening that he be put to the end of the agenda to speak as a delegation to that, or to speak to that item at the end.
How does that work, sir?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
If I get a chance to speak, I'm happy. May I ask one other question? There are actually 3 different sign-up sheets for 3 different items that are being discussed. And I know when I read through to be a delegation, you're allowed to identify which item you want to speak to. May I put myself down as a private citizen on a different item? It's democracy. You must want to hear from the citizens.
The clerk is saying yes.
Pardon?
The clerk is nodding yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll put myself down on another list.
Thank you. So the next one is Miss Jennifer Davidson.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor and Council. I'm also hoping I'm in the right spot. It was a bit confusing with the 3 sheets. If you're going to give me the hook, please be kind. I think that my presentation does have a financial implication. some of what I was going to ask tonight was, well, I'm going to say it was answered in the presentation. I'm not sure that I still am sure that it was answered in the right way, but here we go. I have three, I guess, questions, and for the sake of you've got a lot of
Can you
delegation.
just stop for a second, ma'am?
Yeah.
We're having a hard time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Are you resetting the clock on my 10 minutes?
I've stopped your clock. Are we?
Just check.
Are we done over here? Okay. Some of the council members were having trouble hearing.
Point of,
Councillor Kipp.
how many delegations are there? Are they 10-minute delegations, 5 minutes? I don't know.
They're 5 minutes.
Oh,
Because Mrs. Davis just said 10, she thought. So I think because there's more than 3 people on the topic, it's down to 5.
okay. I'll
Thank you.
speak fast.
Thank you. 5 minutes, ma'am. Okay.
So I had 3 questions, and I think you've got a lot of delegations, and I think we'll agree to treat them as rhetoric rather than questions that need to be answered at this moment. But I think they're questions that are important and are part of this, the whole financing, the whole 80 million, where the money's coming from, how it's being moved around. And I don't mean to cast aspersions on Mr. Mema. I found him to be a very honorable person, but it just doesn't kind of add up. So I'm going to start with my first question, and it's really to do with an opportunity cost, is the whole issue of the transit exchange. And that my understanding is that originally when those lands were bought, they were bought for $3.4 million with the idea that a transit exchange was going in there, and that the regional district, if this happened, would actually kick in another $2 million, which I'm going to assume is not going to happen now. I did find buried in a document entitled Sanitary Sewer Road Design Study 1 Fort Drive information about a transit exchange, which essentially was a widening of Front Street and, I think 6 parking spots for buses on either side, which is a long way from the kind of, transit exchange that I think the people of Nanaimo would expect. I mean, we do a lot of talking about transit. And where's the, where are we going to put this transit exchange now, and how much is it going to cost us if we give this land away to something else? What about a proper exchange that has things like places for transit buses, long-distance buses, Greyhound, maybe the Tofino bus, a ticketing facility, bike racks, an all-weather shelter, a taxi rank, a pick-up and drop-off zone, or even an electric vehicle charging station, and all in proximity to our favorite project, a fast ferry. What a missed opportunity. And how much is it going to cost us to buy more land to build this if we build an arena on that site? So I guess that's how I'm tying it into the financing. My second part was, again, it's to do with opportunity cost. If we put this arena on this spot and we use all these funds that we're using, what's going to happen to that beautiful vision that we have with the South Down Waterfront Initiative? That committee, that wonderful committee that worked hard, under Dave Whitty, who was, Vice President and Provost of VIU and an urban planner, together with all those people who gave up their time and expertise, and an open house with 400 participants. And I remember sitting in that public meeting at the Port Theatre and feeling really excited as that project was unveiled. And it seems to me this idea for a Granville Island type area, with the housing, the retail, the restaurant, the entertainment, it's all put on hold. It's all been moved. And if we want to do that, we're going to have to buy more land, and it's going to cost more money. And we're already in for $80 million, according to the documents I saw earlier. And finally, I know you said you're robbing some of the accounts and moving them over and doing what accountants do and moving money around to pay for things. But I find it hard to believe that when you take money out of things and put them into this brand new facility, $80 million, how can we not have a tax increase somewhere down the road to pay for all these things that we're taking the money from? I find it hard to believe, and I mean, I only saw the presentation tonight. I haven't had a chance to look at it, and I'm not an accountant. So I'm just going to say I question it. I question those figures. Which facilities are going to be shut down to pay for it. So I guess I'm not convinced that this referendum, this money thing that we saw tonight is really giving us the full picture. And I really would I guess I want you to think about it. And I guess I want all those people out here who are in the room tonight or on TV or are going to watch it tomorrow on their computers, to really think about this, when they come to vote on the question that we're going to pass tonight, or you're going to pass tonight. So again, my 3 questions. What are we going to do about a transit exchange? Where's the money going to come from for that now? What about our vision for the South Down waterfront? Where's that going to come from now? And really, are we really not going to see any property tax increases? Are we really going to see a continued level of services? Because, I don't know, I'm skeptical. And I've got 7 seconds left, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, I can give you... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We need to remind the gallery that there will be no clapping, there will be no jeering. There will be people in the room that will have differences of opinion. We need to stick to that. Ms. Samra.
Chair, we'd like to offer some partial answers to the 3 questions. I'm going to answer the one on the hub. Ms. Fowler is going to answer about the South Downtown Waterfront project, and Mr. Memo will talk about the long-term capital planning and 20-year capital plans and asset management. So sure, well, you can stand up if you have follow-up questions or your choice. So for the transit hub, that memorandum of understanding with the RDN has expired, and we are, in terms of the development of the One Port Drive, considering locations of expanding the transit hub, but there are also other landowners down there, such as the Nanaimo Port Authority, who may express an interest in having a transit hub there, in light of the fact that they have the cruise ships there and that the site for the foot ferry will also be down there, and it's not very far, much further down the way. So there are negotiations and engagement with the other property owners about the placement of a transit hub. So
do you need to purchase those lands?
We wouldn't purchase those lands, no. And the use of a transit hub on this property it's sunset a few years ago, so that hasn't been in the planning of the city for quite some time.
Hit the button. Your Worship, through to the member of the public, the 2 issues in terms of the downtown waterfront, South Downtown Waterfront Initiative. It is a vision and guiding principles. It is not a regulatory document. It clearly states that it's not a regulatory document. So it is a vision. It's not a land use plan. And I think there's not from you, but it's I'm not here to debate with you, ma'am. Okay, thanks. And it essentially says it is a living document that will go through changes because there are different opportunities, as this project is one, that needs to be reviewed through that vision and guiding principles. And so not being a land use plan and not a regulatory document and being a living document, it goes through its review. And it did not specifically review this project because it couldn't have seen it in the future. And so it's not precluded in this document. Neither is, for that matter, a set of transit hub, as Ms. Samra said. These are proposals that will be reviewed through the documents that are within the city. This is one of them that is there. Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Waken, or Ms. Davidson. The next delegation is Mr. Alan Davidson. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I want to talk to you tonight about the project scope. What I think is something that's missing out of the scope, and therefore the budget and the financing of the project. So I'll just, if you just bear with me a little minute, I'll lead you to where I'm going here. I'm here tonight as someone who's concerned about neighborhoods, who's been involved in neighborhood associations and neighborhood planning for many years. My comments are made out of concern for those living in the South End and Nob Hill neighborhoods in particular. And I'm mainly going to talk about the transportation plan that has been prepared for One Port Place Drive and what it can mean to those living in those areas. First of all, the event center has been planned with almost no new parking. At the moment, there's only 100 new parking stalls, and they will provide valet parking for VIPs. A few people will be able to find parking spots in the available city parkades, while the vast majority will be left to hunt for on-street parking in the surrounding South End and Nob Hill neighborhoods. The consultant has estimated that within a 10 to 15-minute walk of the proposed center, there typically are between 1,000 and 1,200 vacant parking spaces in these neighborhoods. The consultant's estimates also indicate that every one of those available on-street spots will be filled by event goers on hockey nights and on nights when other moderately large events are being held. If residents need some on-street parking, it looks like they're going to be out of luck. They could be walking a long way from where they park to their homes, and the streets could be jammed with people looking for parking places or walking to and from the event center. For those people that think there's a 2-hour parking limit that will give them some protection, and better think again. Okay, I'm just getting there. And basically, the idea is with a 2-hour limit, it's going to be extended to a longer period of time. So I hope those that are even those that are in favor of an event center will find these parking arrangements unacceptable. Not only for the residents, but for those attending events. For most people, for most events, people will be expected to search for parking places often in congested, unlit, or poorly lit streets and walk long distances to and from the center. How out-of-town event goers will perceive these second-rate parking arrangements remains to be seen. As of tonight, the project budget will have a cap on it. So it's anyone's guess as to where the significant additional funds will come from to properly deal with the parking requirements for this project. And that's really my issue, that parking hasn't been properly dealt with here. Now, we talked about this before. We talked about the cost of parking, of parkades, and it's a significant amount of money. So you can look at what other event centers have done. Kamloops, Kelowna, they started off with the same approach of not providing any parking. Kelowna has gone ahead and built a very expensive parkade, $19 million they've just paid because of parking problems they have downtown. Are we going to be faced with the same? Kamloops is looking at the same thing. They've been struggling with how to come up with funding to build a parkade for a few years. So what I'm saying is the scope needs to be expanded to include that cost. And if it's not, somewhere down the road, the taxpayers are going to be funding that.
Thank you, sir.
So that's basically my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kipp, do you have a question for the delegation?
Well, Mr. Davis, thank you very much for your questions and your concern. When we have Dragon Boat Festival downtown Nanaimo and people converge, and there's, I think, how many teams come to Dragon Boat? 90 teams come through? Or if we have Bathtub Weekend when people come downtown, or the fly past of our snowbirds, people walk from all over to come to the downtown area to see those things. And I know there's a bit of parking and a bit of problem, but do you see a problem during those events too? That's Bathtub, Dragon Boat, any of the concerts in the park, or any of those. Have you seen massive? Have you seen this massive concern? Because even at the fireworks at night, when thousands of people come downtown, I would suggest more than 5,000 come downtown. I see people walking through my neighborhood, and they seem quite happy. They're not petrified of the dark or anything, but do you understand my point of view that we have handled those events in downtown Nanaimo up until this time?
Mm-hmm. Well, all I can tell you is what the consultant that you hired told you. And he told you that everyone is going to park within about 10 minutes walking distance of the event center. And where they're going to park is in the South End neighborhood and the Nob Hill neighborhood, because that's where the parkade is. That's where they're going to be directed to. So I can't answer questions about other events. I mean, we go to events too. It's maybe one thing going to an event in the summertime, like the fireworks. Another issue altogether, going to a hockey game in the middle of winter when it's pitch black outside. I don't know. But you hired a consultant who gave you recommendations, and those are his recommendations. Okay.
Hey, Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Did you also know that with the consultant's report, they looked at parking what that was currently available through city and others. Private organizations have plenty of room for parking if they choose to. Prime example is the Niagara Port Authority. When we talked about island ferries, we had no land to give them for parking. We weren't going to give them any parking. Nothing. None. So what did they do? They went to the Port Authority. And Port Authority, whether they have an agreement, they said that they were going to lease land from the Port Authority to put a parking lot. We just had a presentation on Monday from the Deep Sea Discovery Center. Where were they going to get parking? We weren't going to give them any. They said that they were going to get it from the Port Authority. So there are logistics that seem like they're a problem right now, but there are solutions. And we need to look forward to solutions. We just can't peg hold ourselves and saying that this is it. We can't do this because there's no parking when we haven't looked at options yet. So we have the time still to look at the options. There are still lands available. CP Rail. Maybe somebody's going to be like Impark or whoever does Robbins Parking ends up leasing that space and charges parking. You know, you talk about Kelowna, they generate money from that parkade. Look at Victoria. They don't have a major parkade anywhere. People park downtown and they walk. I think walking is great. And I know that it could be some challenges, but if we're pushing towards a green environment and transit, we need to really consider not having the amount of cars that we want. You know, we're giving a lot of breaks for developers to have less parking. We're not even at 1.6 cars per unit anymore. Now we're down to 1.06, if I'm not mistaken, for a bunch of properties. So we're trying to get away from the cars.
Yeah, I need to interject here, gentlemen. We're
Thank
way
you.
off topic here about what we're dealing with tonight. So thank you very much, sir. I would ask council not to debate with the delegations, and I would ask the delegations to stay on topic, please. So the next delegation is Mr. Peter Luitimo. Have I got that right? You folks write terribly, you know that. Go ahead, sir. You've got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Staff, thank you for your work. A lot of my questions, actually, I think I'll only have 3 directed to you folks. I'm originally from Toronto, and you probably are aware through your analysis that Toronto took on the endeavor of building one of the biggest event centers in Canada called the Skydome. It cost the taxpayers in 1980 something dollars, $570 million at the time. Very controversial. Meetings like this went on. Guess what? 20 odd years later, it was sold for $25 million to Rogers. Became a huge white elephant on the taxpayers and the citizens of Toronto. Most people say that, you know, they're glad that the Skydome was built, but the fact of the matter is it became a financial boondoggle. And this is the big concern. We're a small municipality. We cannot afford to have financial boondoggles. $80 million is big money. So my question is, staff talked about comparative analysis. Ernst & Young was hired as a professional third party to do it. In your comparative analysis, any of the event centers that were compared or used in the analysis, are they a going concern? Meaning, are they going concern on their own business model, or are they receiving tax money? This is very important because we're assuming that, you know, we're going to be able to get all this revenue, or these operations are going to be somewhat revenue neutral. So I think we need to just look at other event centers around and say, hey, are these things actually working out? That's number one. Number two, if we look to the city of Abbotsford, they decided, okay, we want a hockey team too. It makes sense. All of a sudden, well, then they have to give a financial guarantee to the city, to the WHL hockey team that comes there. Became another economic liability. So I'm worried about the cascading effect that these things can have. But most importantly, I'm just interested in the comparative analysis of the other event centers. Are they working out financially? That is really the key question here. And then my last question, then I'm going to cut it early, probably. It looks like I've got 2.5 minutes left. But why hasn't the public or the private sector been consulted when it comes to the construction of a project like this? Let's face it, the citizens of this community and citizens in general don't have a lot of confidence in bureaucrats and politicians in building and running much. So whenever we can have an opportunity to let the private sector do it, we should at least consider it. the fact that this, I would be interested in knowing in that analysis, are any of the event centers in the study, were any of them built by the private sector? And how come that wasn't taken into consideration for this option? This is an option that's being borne entirely by the taxpayer. Why isn't there an option B even for consideration? I'm going to cut it short at that point. I mean, I'll leave that to staff mainly, but the private sector option, I think this is to council, because I think staff is kind of getting some guidance from you folks. I'm involved in real estate development. I haven't seen any requests for input from this council, from the private sector, to get involved in the construction of this project. How come?
Well, I can give you a quick answer from my point of view, and that is that I agree with you with respect to getting private investment in. Victoria's got private investment in their project down there. Save-On Foods Memorial Center has private investment. Private investment took some of the risk on that project, as did private investment in Edmonton. Significant amount of the financial risk in Edmonton. We just have to, when you look at the buildings, we have to understand that there have been good projects and there's been really, really bad projects. I would suggest that Abbotsford was not one of the better ones from a fiscal point of view, and that they obviously wanted something quite badly, so they were prepared to sign what everybody in the industry believes is a bad deal, particularly with respect to their team. On the flip side, you have London, Ontario, which first started out as the John Labatt Centre, built in 2002. That building is doing very well, now known as Budweiser Gardens. It's doing very well. It's a very active building, and it's been a huge boon to their downtown. We need to look at both of them. With respect to alternative source to taxpayers' money, that's one of the reasons why you'll hear quotations with respect to, there's three opportunities. Private, there's been no private partners come forward on this project. Property tax, if you let me finish, sir. Property tax, that's another opportunity. And if you'll notice, one of the things that we've considered that our staff has worked very hard on is to come with other sources other than property tax. And they include the federal gas tax. They include casino revenue. I've been a proponent for a long time to take our casino revenue and put it towards legacy projects. That's what this does. The hotel tax. It's not a tax. It's not a property tax on the taxpayers of Nanaimo. It's paid for by the guests that come and use our hotels. So between the federal tax, gas tax, casino revenue, and hotel tax, none of those are property tax contributions. It's a different model that suits this project, but it's different. It's not taxpayer money. Councillor Bestwick, I think, has got a question for you.
Thank you. Appreciate your questions and concerns. I just wish to mention that not all facilities are driven as necessarily profit generators, or the facility itself. So the majority of facilities in a parks and recreation entertainment environment, typically aren't in the black. They just typically aren't. So it's like a park or otherwise. When we speak to Kelowna, and I'm quite familiar with the Kelowna, the city of Kelowna would love to own that arena because of its success and because of the evolution of that facility and what it's done to the downtown core. They are going to get the keys handed over. They wish they had more control over the Kelowna arena that was built some 16 years or so ago. And they don't. And when they get the keys handed over and not having the control like the municipality would by virtue of having to be able to create the contract, to be able to create the lease agreements, then you have far greater control over its repair and maintenance, and you have far greater control over how it's built. And many of these facilities, so the upfront, so the Save-On Center and the Kelowna Skyreach when it was first built, it's a great deal for the private guy. And then when he hands the keys over 20 years later, it's not a great deal for the city because of what they end up getting hung out with, if it's not built right and if it's not operated correctly. And I'm not suggesting that Mr. Lee and company aren't operating their facilities properly, but you have to be really careful about what is seen to be the best model. So the City of Kelowna, if you speak to their mayor, he wishes that they owned that facility right now for what it's done for their city. As far as Abbotsford is concerned, it wasn't the facility, or it isn't the facility that caused the issues. It was the agreement that they had with the NHL Calgary Flames and the American Hockey League team that they determined to underwrite as their major tenant. And that created massive losses. There was no incentive for the Abbotsford Heat to put one person in that building because they knew that it was being underwritten by the city, so it didn't matter. They could fly first class, they can buy all the uniforms they want, do whatever they want. Didn't matter. Sell a board sign, didn't matter. So that won't be the case here. I can be quite certain of that, whomever the operation agreement is with. But the facility in Abbotsford, it's a beautiful facility. I don't know if you've been there, but it's not the facility. It's the agreement that they had with their major tenant that caused all the losses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the two questions I first had were for staff. I mean, the last part was for you guys. So will they?
I won't answer
No, I just like that. So they're not going to answer my questions. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so can you repeat those questions, please?
No, well, it was all talking about comparisons of other event centers, and my question was simple. In the analysis, are they a going concern operating without tax money? Are they independent?
So, Your Worship, I think it's misleading without looking at the actual contracts that are driving every facility that you have, because each has a different model and different sharing models, and so some do have subsidies by virtue of the agreement that they had. So the one that we are proposing to council, as you noticed in our presentation, is designed not to depend on the city.
Thank you. I will say that the Rogers Event Center is owned and operated privately in the City of Toronto, and no one would say that it's not being run properly. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lloyd Cherry.
Good
evening,
evening,
Mr. Sherry.
Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name's Lloyd Sherry. I live at 3582 Country Club Drive here in the center of Nanaimo. I received an email this morning telling me what was supposed to be on the agenda this evening, so it perked my interest. So I thought, well, I'll come and listen and see what's happened. And you're asking people to voice their opinion. Well, I tell you, with my record, I'm not supporting the event. I'm not putting the event center down, okay? I'm staying neutral on this one because you guys can do what the heck you want. What concerned me is when I picked up this sheet here this evening, and number 2 on the thing, it says event center operations fully financed from internally generated resources. Now, am I interpreting it wrong? That in order for this facility to operate, there's not going to be any community tax money to run this thing. It's going to be run off the revenue that the facility itself generates. Now, you see, and the other part, I'll spill it all out here to try to get some answers. Because there's been questions asked about the finances. Oh, well, we can't tell you this because that's still a part of the negotiations. But you can give me a figure of so-called $80 million to $56 million, somewhere in between there. Well, if you're going to sell something to me, tell me the full cost for it, okay? Because I can tell you that I won't buy a pig in a poke. And I just question, in your costs that you come up with, we look at the pretty picture of the facility over here. How high is it? What's the dimension of it? And when you compare that with the facilities at Harbour Park or where London Drugs and that is, you know, they look within there. And you're expecting to get 6,000 people sitting in seats in that facility of that size without having to dig a hole in the ground? The problem is, I went to that open session, and I tried to talk to the fellow from Ontario that was doing all the promotion. It was kind of funny when I raised my hand to ask a question. The fellow who had been visiting all the stations there went over to the fellow and says, "This is the person for the last question. We're cutting questions off." And that was the person just before me. Because the whole thing is, talk to the Coast Bastion. Did they have to put extra foundations and everything in because of the mine shaft and tunnels underneath the facility? Ask the people that busted their gut on Port Theatre. They had to raise additional funds because of there. The whole thing is, so we're not getting those costs. Contingency, okay? Now, tell me what it is. You want to look at some new arenas? Go to Moose Jaw. Terrific there. They don't have to worry what's under the ground because they're not bothered with mine shafts. All they got is soil that they grow the wheat and the oats and the things in that particular area. Toronto, have they got mine shafts wherever they put those facilities? No. So those are things there. And the thing is you talk about taxation. Okay? So my assessment went up 25%. Is that my taxation going up 25%? No. Because it's averaged over what's there. Previous councils...
I have to get you to wrap up, Mr. Cherry.
Beg pardon?
Your time is up. I have to get you to wrap up.
To wrap up?
Yeah.
I want to wrap up with this here as far as taxation concerned. On the 1% hotel tax, that's for the hotelers, okay? Unless the legislation has changed, okay? Have this council continued to try to lower the commercial tax, the residential tax, and the industrial tax so that we're at one tax rate? Because that's been on the books for many deals. So until you start doing that, and if you're telling these people here that operations are going to have to pay their shot, well, I think that other facilities within the community that you've never had that wording. in those.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry.
Thank you.
Councillor Hong has a question for you.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer some of your questions. So when we got the report, it's going to be 4 stories high, the exact, roughly same height as the casino right now. So that gives you a relative height. You asked that question. And relative size and where it goes. Most are 200 feet by 85 feet. That's regulation WHL size. We'll build it to that size. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all I can answer at this point for the questions for you.
Well, you're looking at the structure, the height, okay? Well, I think that under the facilities that's going to have to be built.
Gentlemen, that's not what we're talking about here tonight.
Well, he's trying to make the point that it's just this high.
Yeah.
Well, it's not there. It's the weight of the whole cotton picking thing on that has the bearing on when you start digging the hole in there to put the concrete and the other facilities.
So what I would say, Mr. Sherry, just on a parting note, the fact that the Moose Jaw Arena, I thought was a good project. In fact, they just a few months back had to provide them with $400,000 in emergency funding in that arena. The other thing was one thing that's going to become evident over time is that even though we may have a referendum and it might be approved or not approved, but if it is approved, there's at any given time, if one of the parameters that you talk about come in that cause a significant change to this project that's not part of what we've told the community, we can pull the plug on it, and council will.
Unfortunately, other councils have made that same promise, but have failed to do it. And the Frank Crane Arena is a classic example.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. The next delegation is Ms. Ann Maves.
Your Worship, I have to excuse myself.
Oh, thank you. Best wishes to your wife. Good evening.
There are a couple questions that I would like to ask that I don't see in this document that you have spent a lot of time preparing. How much land is it that the city of Nanaimo actually has in that location, like in acres?
Between water and land, it's 28 acres, about 28 and a half acres.
Okay. You know, I think hockey is a great sport. I watch it. I love it. But one of the things that I've seen in a lot of the models, whether it's in Victoria, I recently moved from Edmonton, is that they all seem to have very similar models. It's, you know, all related to hockey. Has the city of Nanaimo given any consideration into possibly changing that model and actually maybe doing some type of a foreign partnership, whether it could be more educational, for example, kind of like a UBC joint venture with some type of a campus here that actually could bring in more students for courses that they cannot get here in Nanaimo.
Ma'am, you've gone way off topic here.
Well, I may be off topic, but part of what you're proposing is that there is going to be some form of revenue to help pay for that hockey facility, correct? But yet there's nothing there, no guidelines as to what that's going to be. So why would you not consider some type of sports medicine facility joint ventured with it where you could actually get revenue that actually could enhance so that there aren't any issues coming back on to the residents of Nanaimo?
Sports medicine, Hall of Fame, restaurants, shops, those sorts of things are all going to be considered
But
within the
these aren't
facility.
really spelling out what's going to be there because I don't believe that you've really done your homework. I could be wrong here, but my background is real estate. Coming from a major city like Edmonton, it wasn't for Mr. Cates, that project never would have happened. Now, different members that have come up here have actually highlighted that the private sector is a huge benefit. So why could it not be another university or bringing something to the table that's really substantial? I mean, you have the amount of acres that you just said. Why does it have to just be retail? Why can it not be more substantial, where you're actually, I guess, looking further into enhancing your city besides just having a hockey arena?
But we are talking about a sports and entertainment center, or event center. So we need to stay on that topic. We'd love to talk to UBC, VIU, bring campus downtown. There's, and I believe it was Kingston, Wilfrid Laurier University moved there. It was a huge boon to their downtown, but that's not what we're dealing with tonight.
Well, it could be.
Yep. Thank you.
This could enhance it. And
Absolutely.
I don't know that you're really doing it.
Thank you. And the next one is Mr. Bill Manners.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Manners. I live in Nanaimo. As I understand, our topic tonight is about the financing. One of the things that was brought up was the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund. We heard earlier from Mr. Mima that there was going to be no new taxes. There was going to be no cut in services. Less than 40 days ago, this council created the new reserve fund to pay for strategic capital projects and repayment of any debt that could be used for projects. The Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund was created by a 3.3% tax hike and $700,000 a year cut from our CMP services. That, to me, is new taxes, and it's also a cut in services. It also puts into jeopardy local programs. The gambling, the casino money was to address negative social impacts associated with gambling. So where is that money going to come from? It's going to have to come from somewhere new. You can't take money out of existing services and put it into a strategic fund without somehow putting money back into taking care of those services. The annual contributions to the new reserve is estimated to be $3 million. Isn't that handy? $2.465 million is going to go back into this complex that you're discussing. It's proposed that the reserve will be funded by redirecting specific annual revenues from general revenues. How can you take from general revenues without cutting services? It cannot be done. The casino revenues, in November 1999, the city began receiving the revenues from casino operations. To date, we have received $45,049,092.20. Are we going to continue to rob that casino fund to pay for this event center? If we are, where are we going to find that $45 million that we were receiving? It just seems that the money is being taken from somewhere to pay for this big fancy event center, and it's trying to be classified as no taxes, no services, no cuts in services, and to me that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mema.
Thank you, Your Worship. The transfer, I think when we spoke in early December about the transfer of the casino money and the Fortis money, we did disclose that that would require a tax increase. And we did provide council with a plan that spread that tax increase over a period of time. Whether you used that money for this project or any other project, it doesn't change that when you move the money into a reserve, you needed to replace it. And so that's already in the works. That's already built in the 5-year plan to make that recovery. The programs that were being funded by Casino Revenue Fund in terms of the social programs, they have not lost any because that money has been replaced by general revenue. So there's no cut in those social services. The replacement of the general capital is being replaced by gas tax money so that there's no loss in projects. There's no money that's being taken from programs. The only transfer we made was the 1.6 that's being replaced by 1.6 from the gas tax money. So there's no loss in projects, there's no loss in services. Thank you.
A couple of points that I just wanted to clarify. One was the casino revenue, and that's been covered by Mr. Mema. I, for some time, have wanted the casino revenue not to go into general revenue and to go into some sort of legacy fund or a legacy fund project or legacy project fund. And the best example I can give you, which I used as an argument continuously, was the Oval in Richmond. It was a $150 million Olympic legacy project, of which over $50 million of it, or approximately $50 million, pardon me, was actually came from gaming revenue. Great Canadian Casino contributed $50 million to that project. They were able to pay it off in 5 years. So that was the one. Neither the Fortis franchise fee or any cut to an RCMP budget is being used for this project. Neither one of them.
Where is the $700,000 going to into the stabilization fund? You're taking $700,000 a year out of the RCMP and putting it into the budget the stabilization fund. Yet you're not taking that portion and putting it to the event center. It's going somewhere else.
So,
is that what you're saying?
Mr. Mema.
Okay, so I apologize. So the realignment of the RCMP money was a realignment of money that was being left on the table, surpluses from the RCMP contract. So all we did was to say we're not going to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. We will instead, now that we know how much of this contract we need to do, instead of funding it at this level, we'll fund it at a lower level. There's no cut to services. There is a reserve for RCMP if we need to respond to any emergency. So there's no cut or there's no transfer of RCMP money to this project at all.
I don't follow that at all, because if you're cutting services in one hand, you can't. Something's missing. And the thing that's missing is, yes, there is going to be an increase to taxes. Yes, there is going to be a drop in services. It's the only way it's going to work. You can't. To move forward, we have to increase our services in our city, not decrease them, and we're decreasing them with the stabilization fund, in my opinion. That's what I have of it. Thank you.
Don't run away. Ms. Hammer.
I just try one more time with the RCMP. So we have a long-term contract that we're not amending. We haven't amended. If there is a request, any type of amendment would be from the RCMP to actually increase the funds and increase the service levels. But over the last 10 years, there's been a consistent surplus in the monies that we flow to the RCMP. So they don't spend everything that we give them, and the surpluses are significant. They're in the $1 million ranges each year and more so. We've only just started reporting out on those surpluses, and so that is just a matter of fact due to a lot of different factors at the RCMP side in not utilizing fully the monies that are made available to them. So with those surpluses, they just generally go back into the general funds, but we're treating them in a different way now. So there's no service cuts, there's no amendment to that agreement, and there hasn't been any amendment to that agreement.
So the surpluses that we've been receiving were to go to pay for things such as a Hammond Bay Fire Hall, which we've been waiting for 11 years.
That fire hall is no longer on the plan, and there's a new fire plan 15, 20 years coming in.
Yeah, but fire hall should be. Thank you. Any more questions?
No. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just want to also point out that casino revenue fluctuates. So it's actually a good model. The busier they are, the more money we get, as much as that sounds bad in gambling. But having a multiplex or event center, or whatever you want to call it down here, with the people that we're going to drive, a potential 300,000 extra people are going to be downtown throughout the year that the casino can have a potential of generating the revenue. So, you know, we're saying $2.4 million towards this, but we can actually maybe get 2.7, 2.8, 2.6, but we're only stating the obvious. So, you know, it could be less. If business is bad, we can get less money. So this money, like everything else, is ever evolving. So
That's
I just want
true,
to
but
point that out.
sadly, the differences of what we think differ greatly between some people on council and some people in the community, and that's why I'm glad that we're going to be going to a referendum.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we got a little bit of deja vu happening here. Mr. Gary Wycombe. So in consultation with the clerk, Mr. Wycombe has determined that he is on this item.
Your Worship, members of council, thank you for allowing me to exercise my democratic right and speak as a citizen. I am going to speak about the financing framework, and I'm going to ask you to go back and do some more due diligence, because I believe the financing framework is built on a house of cards. It's built on some of the data that the MNP report released, which I believe is misleading. They used they used an input-output model to tell you how many jobs or how much money that they thought this was going to have an impact in your economy. It's a misuse of that model. What was a better model is a cost-benefit model. Those people who have developed, I'm going quickly because there's not a lot of time here, those people who have developed input-output models, including the province of British Columbia, who maintains one that you actually can contract to use, all those model developers caution you, you cannot use the outputs as interpretation of the benefits that you're going to get. Outputs are only changes in the economy. They're not benefits to the economy. So let me use an analogy. My mother told me the other evening, she said, you got to dumb this down. Don't be offended, but she says you got to talk a bit more simpler. So I'm going to use an analogy here. You have a pool of water, a large pool of water. That pool of water represents the economy of Nanaimo. All the goods and services that represent Nanaimo are in that pool. You take out 85 liters in a barrel out of that pool of water, drop it back in immediately. You'll get ripples. An input-output model tells you how high those ripples are going to be, how fast they move, and where they go in the pool. That is what an input model does. So when they start talking about 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, it's just telling you changes in the economy because you've disrupted the water and how it moves through. And some goes to the restaurant business, some goes to the hotels. But the pool of water has not gotten larger. The money's just moved around. It has not gotten larger. You need new money. Where do you get new money from? You go to another pool of water. Somebody else's pool, you take out some water, you dump it in your pool, you get ripples, but you also get a net increase to the volume. So the consultants, when they looked at the WHL team, they said, here's all how it's going to ripple through the economy. They did not take into account that the Clippers are going to have to leave. And there was an article in the Times Colonist last week about how upset the Clippers are. So you just replace one junior hockey team with another junior hockey team. There's no growth to the pool of water. You just see ripples. They talk about the operation of the event center. Sure, people are going to spend tickets, buy tickets, they'll go buy beverages, they'll go buy hot dogs. That is discretionary income that they could have spent at another location in Nanaimo. Our discretionary income is not increasing as a result of this event center. So again, that just ripples through the pool. It does not increase the size or the volume of the pool. They talk about the construction, $85 million. Again, that's $85 million coming from our local economy, our taxpayers. If you don't take that money from them, that money stays in the taxpayer's pocket. They can spend it on things in our economy here. So again, the construction shows big ripples, waves through the economy for a short period of time, but it's not increasing the volume. And is this that we're basing our financing on? If you want new money, you have to bring in people from outside. So MNP said 27,000 guests are going to come into Nanaimo. I think their numbers are inflated, but fine, let's use 27,000 guests. If you go through their tables, they say that's going to result in 57 jobs in our community. That's how much the pool of water is going to increase. 57 jobs in the entire community. That's about the size of a medium-sized chain restaurant. So I go, 57 jobs, $20 an hour for those average employees because it's service industry, hotel, and restaurants. The payroll now is $2.4 million. There it is. There's the net benefit. $2.4 million in increased payroll. More $2.4 million we didn't have before that will get spent. So we're going to spend $85 million to get annually $2.4 million. 40 years from now, this event center will be near the end of its life. It'll require a big remodeling job. So let's go 40 years. We've spent $85 million. We've got $2.4 million annually. What's the return on investment? 0.27%. So if we're looking at the financing of this thing, a return on investment to our community, and how they're going to benefit on this, 57 jobs, 0.27%. MNP, they didn't analyze the day trippers because they said there's not enough there. These are people coming down from Parksville for a game. There's not enough there to analyze that.
I'm going to get you to wrap up, sir.
They could also analyze the leakage that's going out of our community. They've got the data there from the 500 phone calls that they made in that survey. None of that was taken into account, and I can only assume it was taken into account because they didn't think it was going to make a difference. At the end of the day, I think we need smart growth for Nanaimo, not dumb development.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. And I agree with your analogy. We are a pool at a given point. I want a bigger pool. That's the goal. That's the whole goal of this. I want my pool to be bigger. So for you to tell me that development doesn't drive anything, I think it does. Edmonton is doing, it's a $600 million project for the arena, 300 cities paying for, $2 billion return for the development of that area. It's more than 57 jobs in your retrospect. When we have people working, the security, the people that are going to generate the jobs, do you know the ratio of security they have at any event for a concert? Those are jobs. You know what? They're the same jobs. Granted, we're not going to create new jobs, but the people working are going to get more hours. Exactly what the Hotel Association came and told us. They're begging for us to do this because nobody is here in November, December, January. They want to keep their staff employed. They don't want to lay them off and hire them in summer. That's what he came and told us. Henry said that. It might not be a lot, but 57 jobs is still pretty good. It's something. And if we're not costing and we're doing this and we can keep increasing that and get above the threshold, if we're talking about our numbers, I think the jobs are good. It's going to be a lot more jobs than what you think, because I think the numbers that you are looking at aren't a representation of what comes. And we get this analogy of people are going to come with the trailers, the artists are going to go away and take all the money. Well, no, because they're keeping the 20 people that we're hiring full-time in that event center employed. Yeah, they're going to be there no matter what. Well, debatable. Yeah, they're going to leave with a lot of money. Yeah, they are. Who's going to Elton John? Who's got tickets? Well, you're going to Victoria. I'd rather you keep the money in my pool. I'm sorry, if it's the same size pool and I have to keep my money in my pool as opposed to you in my pool leaving with the money, so be it. You know, that's what you're trying to give me an analogy. I can say the exact opposite because it doesn't make sense. People are leaving with their money. I'd rather keep it here if we can. And that's the analogy you're saying. So you provided one side, that is the other side. Thank you.
I would remind council that we're not here to debate with the speakers tonight.
Yep. Just wanted to clarify points. We get one side of the opinion, it's televised, and everybody out there hears it. And if we don't respond to these, is a question. So
thank you.
That is the problem that I have.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just would.
Ms. Gray?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering if you could remind the audience as well about the laughing and jeering. It's hard to concentrate for the recording secretary.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just as 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'll extend the same offer to sit and have a conversation with you at your convenience, anytime, anywhere, to discuss the difference between a junior A organization that we have in this city now and a junior A organization that's been contemplated at a different level at your pleasure, anytime, and I'd be happy to have that conversation with you, and I'll extend that offer to anybody that would like to join us. And I'm certainly not going to argue with you, I'm certainly not going to debate with you, but I'd be happy to share information with you.
Councillor Fuller.
Well, if this thing goes through, I certainly hope it's going to increase the water in the pool. I can't see it decreasing it by much the way the financing is going at this point. So what spurs on economies? What brings people to towns? They want things to do. I will probably, and I've said this 100 times, never use this thing because I would prefer to take a walk outdoors, but not everybody prefers that. A good point was made. How many people leave town to go to places and take those money and spend them on hotels out of town when they could do it in town? I'm hoping that things like this and other things, the fast ferry, we're trying something for the 4th time that's failed 3 times. Maybe that with this will be a catalyst to bring more people into the community. I don't know. Like I say, I will likely never use the event center, likely never use the fast ferry. But when I think of the community, I want to see this community grow. I want to see decent jobs in this community. And until we get some infrastructure in this community to entice people to come, to bring businesses, that pool will never grow. It will always shrink.
Your Worship, may I respond? I agree with Councillor Fuller. I would love to see more people coming here. I would actually love to see something like an event center. But I would love to see it done responsibly, one that we know we can afford. Councillor Fuller just suggested he has no idea of how we're going to reduce, how much this will have an impact on reducing leakage out of our community. You actually have the data from that 500 phone survey. Why won't somebody take that data, run the numbers, and find out how much more of a benefit it will be because we don't have leakage from the community? Do the due diligence. I agree 100% with what Mr. Hong was talking about. What I was trying to explain, though, was an input-output model that was used is always abused. Not always abused, is commonly abused because people don't understand the results. The consultants don't explain what the results really mean, so people take it as benefits rather than simply outputs. And so we're on the same page here. I'm just saying, you guys, you can't make a decision without being fully informed.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
That's the end of the delegations.
May I?
No, we're not going to debate any further, Councillor. I'm going to move on.
I wasn't wishing to debate.
Do you have a question for the delegation?
Yes. But it's okay. It's okay because...
Mr. Wykeham, Councillor Bestwick has a question for you.
I'll talk to you after the
Oh.
Mr. Wykeham, I don't disagree with you on the input-output, so in and out, certainly. When we speak, though, I would just like to ask you the question as it relates to, because you mentioned the 2 levels of hockey teams. So we got one leaves, and one comes in as an example. And to be fair, the metrics and the difference of the two leagues and the two teams. So I would like to ask you that question, if you would like to connect at some future time to discuss the input-output model that you raise in that instance.
Okay. My preference is that consultants do their job properly. MNP put in their report, part of the economic feasibility, all of what they considered the benefits of a WHL team. They did not consider the cost of the Clippers leaving. And I agree with you, a WHL team has probably got more capital behind it, more expenses than related to the Clippers. But that was not taken into account at all in the study. In terms of it being discussed, I would like to see it discussed at open council meetings so that everyone is informed of what the discussion is about.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Samra? Thank you. We're going to move on. So we now have recommendation on page 4. Motion that council approves the event center and South Downtown Waterfront Utilities Projects Development, Construction and Operating Financing Framework as follows. 1. Financing for development and construction of the event center through an $80 million borrowing with debt service of $5.4 million funded from current revenue sources. 2. Event center operations fully financed from internally generated resources. 3. A business plan including mitigation strategies aimed at reducing need for operating and capital subsidies from the city. 4. Operations contributing towards 2 reserve funds, Facility and Equipment Reserve and Revenue Stabilization Reserve. And 5, funding for development, construction, and operations of the event center from a mix of public, private, and other funding sources. And 6, development, construction, and operations of the event center not resulting in a property tax increase. Is there a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Bestwick. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none?
No.
Oh, Councillor Brennan.
You're asking for discussion on this financing with the borrowing, the event center operations fully financed internally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I have some real issues with this. I have some real issues. I'm not going to take issue with how the accounting is done and how the numbers are done. But what I do take issue with is the framework, the framing of this whole question or this whole presentation that we'll be doing this without using tax money. I don't know. I've been around this level of government for about 14 years now. And one thing that comes up over and over and over again is we've got to get a handle on property taxes. We've got to stop increasing property taxes. We can't afford this. And what one of the major answers has always been that we need to work together with with our provincial counterparts, our municipalities, the UBCM and the FCM, to work with government to explore ways to get to be able to enhance our property tax structure. Because using property taxes to finance everything we do in municipalities is simply not fair and it's not sustainable. Taxpayer finds it quite onerous some years to find the extra money. So we've said, let's go to the senior levels of government and let's have consistent sources of funding for the municipalities because they won't change our property tax structure. So we've done those things, and the FCM has been exploring it for years and years. One of the things that we became a benefit to us was the gas tax. The gas tax was produced, I'm quite proud to say this, that when Jack Layton was the president of the FCM. And he convinced the federal government that they should share taxes with us because it was so onerous for the local taxpayer. And we got the gas tax out of that. And that gas tax was designed to be, and I'm reading from the FCM site, it was designed to be more than just another infrastructure program. It's a permanent federal transfer that provides predictable, long-term funding for municipalities to build and revitalize public infrastructure, our roads and bridges, as well as water, energy, public transportation, solid waste management systems. All of those things that municipalities are charged with doing. This becomes then our taxes. This becomes kicking in local taxes, because that's money sent to us from the federal government to supplement what our taxpayers give us year after year on the property tax. And year after year, on a consistent basis, the federal government supplements that. So to tell us that spending the gas tax is not spending local tax money, it's a shell game. That's our money. That was negotiated with the feds to assist us with our yearly budgets, to build and revitalize public infrastructure. So I take great issue with that, with trying to present it to us as something that I think it is not. I think it is local tax money. That's sort of the major problem I have. Then the casino money. The municipalities were granted casino money because it was a condition of municipalities and local governments saying yes to gambling, because we knew that the kinds of impacts on our populations were oftentimes really negative. And we wanted money so that could counterbalance the kind of effect that gambling has in our community. Now we're taking that. Now we're saying, well, we got $90,000 in the fund, so now we can take that money and put it here. That's local money. That's money we have come to count on, because that would go into general revenue. That would help us build the roads and all of the other things that we need, fill in the potholes. So we're trying to change the color or the character of the money, but the character of the money is the same. That is a local tax fund, and we are spending it on a multiplex, on an arena, where we, as was demonstrated tonight, where we don't have the real solid facts on what kind of money is going to be generated there. So while I will support a referendum, because I think that that's essential, I cannot support this operating financing framework that we have in front of us, because I don't think that it actually characterizes the money in the way that I see it, in the way it was intended, and on the condition that we get it.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I won't bother to reiterate what Councillor Brennan has said, but I completely agree with everything she said, and I absolutely do not believe that the gas tax should be used in this way. I have a lot of issues with the way the funding is being presented. And, I could go on for a half an hour. I've listened to everybody that has spoken up. I absolutely, what they're saying resonates with me. I cannot support this, and I won't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here tonight to listen, not to debate with people, and I have said all along to this point in the process that I am keeping an open mind on this extremely important and expensive project and initiative, and my mind is still open. I think everybody else, wants to do what's best for our community, and if I am convinced that the benefits outweigh the negatives, then of course I'll support it. And I'm still listening and learning and still making up my mind. So I am pleased that we are going to a referendum, and I will support the wording of the referendum that we'll be looking at shortly. I will support the borrowing bylaw because we will need that if the referendum passes. But I do have concerns about some of the wording in this first motion, especially in statements number 5 and 6. And I have absolute respect for Mr. Mema and our staff, but to say that this project will not be subsidized, I cannot accept. It will require a subsidy at least for 2 or 3 years. And if that money comes from other funds within the city, that's still a subsidy to me. It's just moving the money around. We state that we want a mix of private and public funding, and of course that would be ideal, but we at this point do not have a major private investor, and our private funding will come from, hopefully, if this goes ahead, naming rights and some lease of floor space. But that is not a significant amount of private investment. So I think we need to be clear that this is a taxpayer-funded project. And we can say that there'll be no tax increase. We can say that there'll be no tax increase for 5 or 7 or 10 years, and that's easy to say. And we're doing that because we're changing our borrowing threshold by borrowing this $80 million. That's fine. But down the road, that will possibly have an effect on future projects. And if we have borrowed the money now to do this project, and we want to do a future project, and we've already extended our borrowing, where is that money going to come from? Probably from a tax increase. So it's just deferring a possible tax increase against future projects that we might wish to proceed with. So that's a long way of saying that my mind is still open on this project. And as I say, I will support the referendum and the borrowing bylaw, but I cannot support all of the wording in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I do support this project, and I agree with Councillor Brennan and Councillor Thorpe. I don't want taxpayers to pay for it. I don't want property taxes to pay for it. But we don't have a choice. That's what the government has given us. That's the only ability we have. In order to reduce the tax burden on the people, we need more taxes. So we need a bigger tax base. And that's what I hope that this is going to help drive for us. Because you know what? Schools are shutting down. School districts are selling lands. They have to hire, 35 new teachers, if I'm not mistaken, forced on them by the courts? They have to meet a balanced budget. They have no choice but to do that, or the government's going to come and fire them all. Those are realities. As much as they don't come to us and say, hey, we need your help. We need you to provide housing, affordable housing, so we can get more schools built, so we can get more kids into our systems. We, as councils, build infrastructure. This is an infrastructure program. I was at the conference board today. Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Pratt was there. And what did they say? Governments need to build infrastructure in order to spur development. That was the goal. They did it in 2008. That's what we do. We need to spur us. And this is a development that is going to be critical for downtown, for the core, to people to have pride in something. What city have you not been to of our size that has a downtown core? Ours is lacking. Look at Kelowna. It's amazing. Victoria is amazing. Kamloops, it's still good. We need something down here. And don't get me wrong, if this passes or fails, it's going to be up to the people to decide. Next year, I'd like to bring something else forward if this fails. I'd like to see us develop. I'm going to let the people decide. And I want to make Nanaimo progressive, and I want to move it forward. That's why I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I won't take long, but clearly, like, this is an investment in our city through borrowing. There's no denying that. And this is a project that ultimately we need. It's a replacement facility. I can only say thank God for Frank Crane, Mr., back in the early 70s. And the Gyro Club of the day that had Mr. Tom Harris as 22 years of age, advocating for something at Bevan Park Fields for that generation, the generation that I grew up in, raising my kids in the city of Nanaimo, that had grown in population by at least triple from the time in the early 40s when the Civic Arena was built on the waterfront for free to our citizens. And then Frank Crane Arena Bevan Park comes along, and again, thank goodness for the people that had the vision and the foresight, at the cost of approximately $5 million in 1970 to 73. For a city that had grown from the Civic Arena days of about 8,000 people in the 70s to about 35,000 people. And that facility cost us approximately $5 million. I'm speaking the arena specific, 2,755 bench seats. And it has served us so well. And I would encourage every man, woman, and child that has taken their child or their grandchild or their partner to an event there, whether it was Johnny Cash or K.D. Lang or Glenn Campbell or Donnie and Marie and the Osmond family or the Gaddy Circus or the Lipizzaner Stallions, or any event that you attended there, that don't come here anymore. They won't come here anymore. And we speak to wishing to retain and keep our kids here that graduate from VIU, but they have to leave. And so many people leave our city because of activities that may not be available to them as a lifestyle. If you choose not, so the Frank Crane Arena Bevan Park does need to be replaced at some point in time. Cliff McNabb Arena cost you, the taxpayers, $600,000 in 1994. Zero for the Civic Arena. Maybe $5 million for Frank Crane Arena. The new ice center cost this city $2.5 million. We received $9 million from the province. And we also got the Mariner Fields and the sports corridor. So we've spent probably in the last 80 years in this city on major infrastructure facilities for the benefit of all of our citizens, under $10 million. And if we think that we don't have to replace Bevan Park or Frank Crane Arena at some point in time, well, we do. We have 100,000 people that live in the city now. You can disagree with the locations, and you can disagree with the amount, and you can disagree with where the front doors and the back doors are. The fact of the matter is we're going to have to replace it at some point in time. If you go to the ballots on March 11th and you don't want to replace it, then I trust you're going to tell us that. And then we're going to get up on March the 12th in the morning, and the sun's going to come up, and we're going to move on to something else. So this, make no mistake, this is an investment in our city. And the city taxpayers, just like Frank Crane Arena, just like the Civic Arena, just like the new ice center, just like the aquatic center that nobody wanted. Nobody wanted the aquatic center. Now it's our most popular destination place in the city of Nanaimo. The Nanaimo Aquatic Center. We even talk about that as being a tourism destination. I would love to see us do something on Newcastle Island, too, since I've been sitting on this council as long as anybody else. Because we have such potential. Such potential. Well, I would love to see us invest in our potential. And if this isn't the investment that we utilize to replace the 4 stories of pallets that were on that corner for years. It's an industrial site, not unlike what Falls Creek was. I'm certainly hopeful that we will make an investment in our next generation, like those people like the Mr. Cranes of the world that allowed me to have a tremendous amount of pleasure and joy in my own city with my families and their friends, because it's ours, built for us in our city. That's what I hope we do. Thank you.
Ms. Emmer.
So I'd like to assist council on a motion for this particular report. So tonight we're doing 3 different things. You're looking at approving the questions so you can go to the non-election assent voting process or referendum. And you're being asked to approve the ask of $80 million. And what we do next after that is send a package off to the Inspector of Municipalities to have them review and approve the question in the borrowing bylaw. And one of the things that they have to consider in order to approve the borrowing bylaw and get to referendum is what's in this report. How will the city pay and service the debt financing? So those are 6 principles. 3 of them are principles. A few of them are more specific about the intention and strategy for servicing the debt. May I suggest an appropriate motion would be simply number 1, financing for the development and construction of the event center through an $80 million borrowing with debt service of $5.4 million funded from current revenue sources as set out on page 5. And page 5 has the heading Project Development and Construction Financing Framework. And it gives you the assuming the 3% interest rate over 20 years and gives you the proposed revenue sources. Now, obviously, as you move forward, council is going to be able to make decisions about increasing and decreasing funds from each of those different sources. But for the time being, we need to be able to demonstrate to the Inspector of Municipalities that the City of Nanaimo has a financial framework and a strategy to service that debt. So it would simply be number 1 with a reference to page 5, and we can simply cut that out and paste that into the motion. And then you don't need to do 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
So if you could help, so we've brought that up. So if we start at Project Development and Construction Financing Framework, how far down are we going?
You're doing that table, and then there's the asterisks, or whatever they're called.
Asterisk?
Yeah, thank you for that pronunciation. Those notes are there.
So that continues on to the next page?
Yeah.
So all 3? Okay. Having considered that, we do have to realize that there is a motion that's been moved and seconded on the floor.
Has there?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. My recommendation would be to withdraw that and consider the number 1 as proposed.
Ms. Curry?
That would be the cleanest way to do it. So if the mover, which was Councillor Bestwick, would withdraw the motion, then you could redo a motion if he agrees to that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm happy to withdraw the motion on that recommendation. So am I clear that it's number 1 and the 3 asterisks on page 5 carrying over to page 6? Does that form part of the
Yes, it does.
number 1? Could I just take a quick glance? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure that I refreshed myself on what those 3 asterisks were.
Ms. Brennan, on the, so that motion has now been withdrawn.
Yes, so if Councillor Bestwick or another member of council would like to make the recommendation that staff has come up with, then you could move forward and discuss that one.
Okay, so now moved and seconded on the new motion. Ms. Brennan.
I'm not going to support it for
I'm sorry, Councillor Brennan.
for all the same reasons. What does concern me, however, is that I know that our staff was working on this for quite some time, and it's been presented to us more than once, just, you know, the financing plan, and now the recommendation is to forget it. Forget the last three bullets. After all the time that we spent, after all the time we spent talking to our community tonight about whether we could do it without borrowing and all those kinds of things, suddenly we're saying, don't worry about it. Let's just do the first three. So, no, it's a little too on the fly for me. Thank you. And by the way, that is my opinion. I'm just stating my opinion, and I'm not here to argue with our staff about whether it's a great opinion or a lousy opinion. It's simply my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer, are you back in the queue?
Yeah, so it's open to council to do the rest of the motions as well, the principled statements, so there's no harm in adopting those. We thought they were high level and represented the discussions we've been having over the last couple of weeks in the presentations, but from a technical perspective, number one is needed, and the detail of number one is the table. So that has always been on the table, and we're highlighting that as the most important aspect that does need to be adopted tonight if you're able to move forward in order to go to referendum and do the borrowing bylaw. You have to be able to tell the Inspector of Municipalities how you're going to service the debt.
Mr. Bema.
I withdraw my comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's no further speakers. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Shows Councillor Pratt and Councillor Brennan opposed. Motion carries. So, next item. And that is the question. Non-election assent voting. And that's to request that Council approve the question established for the non-election assent voting process, or referendum, and that Council approve the established question as follows for the non-election assent voting process. Thank you. Are you in favor of the City of Nanaimo adopting Loan Authorization Bylaw 2017, number 7237, which will authorize Council to borrow a sum not exceeding $80 million, repayable over a period of no more than 20 years, for the development and construction of an event centre that will include an ice arena and other related entertainment, cultural and recreational facilities? So we have a number of delegations. Now, I noticed that Ms. Maves is down on this one as well. It's great.
Thank you, Your Worship. So because there are a number of items, they can speak to
Very good.
each
Thank
one
you.
if they'd like.
So the first one is Ms. Wanda Thompson. Good evening, Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. Mayor, Council, fellow citizens. My name is Wanda Thompson, and I'm a homeowner in Brecken Hill, a taxpayer and proud to call Nanaimo my home. Before I start, I just want to address something that has been discussed over the last half hour or so, and a point I've made before. This is not an investment in our city. It's a subsidy to rich WHL hockey team owners. Now, what I want to talk about today is the referendum question. I find that in itself it's clear and it addresses the money issue and the principle of building an event centre. But it does leave many questions unanswered around the location, the design, other investors, what the increased tax burden will be, and all the other capital costs associated with this project. This evening, I want to talk about what is not in this referendum question, the other hidden costs and those related to the city's long-term viability and the hidden costs related to the centre itself. First, the question asks us to authorize the city to borrow $80 million. You are obligated to seek voter approval to borrow an amount of money that increases our debt load to this level. It's a complicated formula, and I don't have the detailed information at my fingertips. I'm not sure I could do that math anyways. But what we don't know is how close this $80 million in borrowing brings our debt level to the allowable maximum. Is it 100% of our allowable credit? Is it 95%? Because if we have no additional credit flexibility, what happens if a real critical infrastructure project arises, like a bridge malfunction or earthquake damage? If I understand, the money allocated to the Infrastructure Reserve Fund that we've been talking about will be used in part or in whole to service the debt on the $80 million that we're borrowing. So what this question does not address is how we will cover other needed infrastructure and development activities. You claim tonight that our taxes won't increase to service the debt, although there is a line that says tax increment to be determined, so I'm not sure how that differs from a tax increase. But how will we pay for needed infrastructure going forward, like the basis of what a municipality is supposed to provide to its citizens, roads, sewers, power, those kinds of things? How will we pay for that if we've spent all of our money? The consultant's report estimated a cost of between $69.8 and $86 million to build the centre. Their estimate included design and construction, but they clearly said it did not include any of the following: land, legal and accounting costs, city staff, building permits, debt financing, new infrastructure for roads, sewers, power, rail, or building extra parking, and it did not include remediation costs. And we know those lands at One Port Place will require remediation no matter what. I don't know how much any of these elements will cost, and so far I've not seen any estimates or even mention of these costs from the city or the consultants. Does the city own all the land on the waterfront that's required? Are there lands that would be the subject of a First Nations land claim? Are we under legal obligation to consult with the Snuneymuxw First Nation? And how would this affect development? The remediation costs are of a real concern to me. A 2015 city report, Nanaimo City report, indicated that there was significant chemical contamination on this site. It's been an industrial site for decades. A similar site at Falls Creek has already cost $70 million to remediate, with another $20 million booked to try to finish that job. That's $90 million for a similar size site that also had coal on it that probably came from Nanaimo. Also, with the VICC, the foundation costs were projected to be $700,000 and actually cost $6 million. That's an 850% increase. There could also be a coal mine under this site. So the referendum question is for $80 million, but how will Council manage this significantly and highly probable additional financial risk? Where will the money come from if we've already used up all of our credit and all of our savings are used to pay the interest on the debt? This is a WHL arena, and it will require infrastructure, power lines, sewers, roads, sidewalks, parking. Again, how will we pay for this? But I'm guessing at these numbers because we have not received any of this information, and it appears that Ernst & Young took the paid salesman's numbers at face value. They brought little new information or added value, another report that wasted our tax dollars. It was like asking Rudolph if Santa existed. So these are the questions that I don't see in the referendum question. I support a referendum, and I will be voting no to increase taxes, higher debt, and reduce city services because I do support the long-term growth of this city and the financial viability of Nanaimo. I want to see strategic economic development like was set out in this South Downtown Waterfront Initiative, even though it's not legislated. They had many good ideas for how to bring residents, business, recreational areas, and an excellent use of the waterfront to this city. So that's what I'd like to see for Nanaimo citizens, and that's what I think will be good for this city. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Hall.
Well, I just wanted to answer a question she asked one about our debt servicing. On page 6, the city currently uses 14% of its debt service limit provided by the community charter. By adopting this, draws our debt down to 26% allowable. So we're only using 26%. Gives us another 74, roughly, depends, by 2020, because we're going to have a bunch of other projects paid down. So 2020 will be even less than.
So the $80 million only uses up 26% of our credit?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes. That's all I can answer for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Member, can you clarify, because I don't think that's quite correct.
So yeah, let me correct this. So the current percentage of our debt utilization as at end of December 2016 was down at 12%, having been at 14% at the end of 2016, sorry. So the incremental, so from a debt service, we are moving from 12 to 26, so that gives you a 14% increment based on this payment that we're adding. So that peaks at about 19, 20, 21, and then we have a couple of other debts that get paid off in 2021 and 2026, and so it slides down, and in my report I actually indicate that by 2038 it will be down to 1% unless we go and borrow something else along the way.
Right. So I guess my question is really, if we have borrowed all this money and we're maxed out on our credit,
We're not.
what happens if something big happens? Like
But-
we need to replace a bridge, or so do we need to borrow more money then because we've actually only living on borrowed money?
So-
That's what I'm trying to understand. What if there's an earthquake?
So-
How do we get money to fix that? Do we have to borrow more?
What I just said is we are not maxing the credit.
But will
I
we have
just
to
said
borrow more money though?
If we
That's
if
what
we
I'm
have
trying
to, I think
understand.
there's room to borrow. If there's an emergency, we have reserves that we're not touching. So we're
there's-
not
so
maxing the
there's sufficient
credit.
reserves to deal with
There's
other
sufficient reserves, there's
infrastructure.
sufficient borrowing capacity.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Summer. Thank you. I just wanted to just add that we have to remember that when we take on debt, there's sliding dates that move out. So if we consider that that we've got a 20-year borrowing on this, the Nanaimo Aquatic Center will be paid off in 2020. That will free up $500,000 a year for debt servicing, for other debt servicing. It also reduces your overall debt ratio. The water treatment plant is also going to have a sunset. There was much of the borrowing on the water treatment plant that was short term. And this building in 2028, which is about 12 years from now, will be completely paid off. So between the Nanaimo Aquatic Center and this building, that would free up about $3 million a year in capital funding for other projects.
If it were approved, right?
Pardon me?
It would if it were approved by voters.
Right.
Right. If we're being
Absolutely.
speculative
Yep.
here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Emmer?
I just would ask the chair that when staff are asked questions and they're trying to get the answer provided, just to give staff the opportunity to finish the response to the question. We're happy to take follow-up questions, supplemental, but it's difficult to fully answer something when you're being interrupted. So I just would ask for that. Thank you.
No, I understand completely. Thank you. Mr. Don Bonner is next, followed by Sidney Robertson. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. Don Bonner, I'm a resident of Nanaimo. We are launching an important democratic process in Nanaimo. This referendum is a requirement under the community charter in order to take on this high amount of debt. This is not a favor to the voters. It's a legal requirement by Council who are responsible to the citizens of Nanaimo. Our ability to vote is the heart of our democratic process and provides an important opportunity for citizens to directly voice their opinion on the principle of building the WHL arena. These elements support the foundations of good governance. But good governance goes beyond just meeting legal obligations. This process, which taxpayers are paying, needs to be open, inclusive, transparent, and efficiently run. On openness and inclusivity, Council needs to ensure that all voters can vote, including absentee voting, advance polls, and those who are unable to walk or drive to a polling station. On transparency, it's good to see public meetings are being scheduled. However, it's also very important to share all reports and studies we have paid for, making them available not just online, but in hard copy at these meetings. Not everyone has a smartphone or has Siri. All new information is shared early, broadly, and quickly, and not held in camera. Voters need to understand the full picture so that they can make an informed decision. Today, one of our supporters asked for a copy of the Ernst Young report, and we're told that it's still confidential. How are we, as citizens, able to make an informed decision if council and staff are withholding critical information regarding the finances of the project? Failure to provide all reports and documentations on this project will leave unanswered questions in the minds of the voters, is not being transparent with the electorate. Now, on efficiency, the 2014 voters list is being used. Council needs to ensure that a solid plan is in place to register new voters so that there are not long lineups and people become discouraged and turn away. Long lineups at the voting polls disenfranchise voters. Council needs to put in place services standards for time of voting booth and have experienced workers and volunteers. We also want the opportunity to have scrutineers at the polling stations. I understand that we will be using the same polling stations as the 2014 election. I think that we should have one more polling station in the south end to accommodate people who may not have cars. We also need a polling station at the hospital and at the larger elder care facilities. You can consider a mobile polling station for elder care facilities on the days of the advanced polls. The point I'm making here is that council should be bending over backwards to accommodate those who wish to exercise their democratic right to vote. Finally, council needs the participation and approval of Snuneymuxw First Nation prior to proceeding. They are just as much a part of this community as we are, and council should never have proceeded to a referendum without their approval first. Members of council, this is a very important. This council is taking this initiative, and you're aggressively pushing on the citizens at a time at this time. The cost, social and community benefits, economic impacts have not been well explained or proven. Given the magnitude of this problem, and as our elected representatives, you need to become more visible and engaged with the citizens of Nanaimo to get out in the community and listen to what people are saying, not just hear what you want to hear. It is important that you show some skepticism and critical thinking to your own ideas on this very important issue and really think through whether this is the best for our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did bring up a couple of points, and I know that we have not appointed our election officer at this point. That will not happen until February the 7th? 6th, February 6th, Monday, February the 6th. You bring up a couple of good points that I'd just like to put in the minds of our staff, and particularly the one that's going to be the election officer, and that is the one with respect to scrutineers. I'm not sure where the Charter or the Local Government Act would be on that one.
Yes, so actually for an assent voting process, a non-election assent voting, there's a scrutineer applications and a period of 10 days where we do have scrutineers apply. On the yes side and the no side, available at each location, a scrutineer. It's a volunteer position. Applications need to be filled out and sent into our office, and there will be a 10-day period where people can apply and notices provided, etc.
Thank you. The next one was polling at hospitals and rest homes. I'm just wondering, there's only a limited number in each one, so if you were to have a 12-hour polling day or a 10-hour polling day at, for example, at Nanaimo Seniors, you could probably capture that in an hour or two?
We actually have a gentleman that volunteers every election, and it's done by mail-in ballots, so they have the opportunity to sign up, register, fill out an application for mail-in ballots, and the mail-in ballot process is to look after those that can't attend a voting day, either because they are disabled or sick or ill and unable to attend in person, or they're going to be away out of the country, out of town, and they won't be available for any either advanced polling days or the actual day of voting. So
Last but not least, in the last, just prior to the last general election, I learned of a city in Ontario, and I can't remember whether it was Guelph or London. One of the two cities, they actually established polling stations at shopping centers, at major shopping centers. They thought rather than put them in, neighborhood schools and those sorts of things, that they would put them at the places where people were, where they knew where a large number of people were on voting day. And I just want to throw that bug out to our staff, just a bug in the ear on that one there. That's it. Thank you very much. I do have questions for the delegation. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just an offer. I would, when you mentioned visibility and being out there and talking to the people, the 3 open houses that we've had, I was there for 3 hours at each of them, actually 9 hours. And I think one evening I was there about 4.5 hours with a continued conversation with one of the gentlemen in the audience tonight. So I'd just like to extend that invitation to you, as you've asked that we be visible and be able to speak with. I'll extend the offer publicly to yourself again, and any of the people that would like to sit down and have a conversation about this particular topic with no ill will or whatever you might want to portray it as, and have a talk about the facility in question as I see it and as you see it. And so I'll extend that invitation to yourself and your group, and anytime, anywhere you would like to do it.
Well, I'll look forward to seeing you at the open houses.
You will.
Lots of time.
Well, I certainly hope
The new ones that are taking
Yeah,
place.
I was at all 3 of the last ones, and if my schedule permits, I'll be at all of these ones. But I'd just like to extend a personal invitation, since you extended a personal invitation to us to be out in the community.
Councillor Brennan.
It wasn't a question for Mr. Bonner. It was actually a question for Ms. Gurry, and I can.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Ms. Gurry, or through you to Ms. Gurry, please. Were you saying that there is no polling in seniors' facilities, that they have to use mail-in?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to you too, Councillor Brennan. We go to the sites physically. We work with the caretakers to sign them up, and those capable of voting, which is determined by the care facility, are able to vote that way, and they're walked through the whole process.
And we have a polling box. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I guess I need to beg forgiveness. The council should probably be asking questions of staff during the debate of the question, so forgive me for that. Next one is Ms. Sydney Robertson. No.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sydney Robertson. I live on Irwin Street in the South End. I'd first of all like to thank all of you publicly, as I did in an email to you, for voting to take this issue to referendum. I'd also like to thank you for the wording of the referendum, as it's been recommended, and for, I hope, ensuring that the question is straightforward. I hope this is a sign that you've been listening, and I hope you're ready to hear what we have to say on March 11th. Because maybe the people of Nanaimo will tell you that they want a WHL team here and hang the expense. But I believe the people of Nanaimo will tell you that no, we don't want to load our city with debt to line the pockets of some rich hockey owners. No, we don't want one mega project to suck up all our city's resources to the detriment of a dozen better projects. No, we're not taken in by the ridiculous notion that Cirque du Soleil or Elton John or the Tragically Hip will come to Nanaimo. No, we don't want to pave a potential paradise and put up a parking lot. No, we don't want to squander any of our waterfront on a facility that's designed for sitting in the dark. No.
Ms. Robertson, I got to get you on topic. It's about the actual question that we're going to be asking.
Yes, and I'm saying that I hope you're going to be listening to the answer to the referendum. Certainly the South Enders I talked to about this, and you know I'm charged up about it, so I've talked to a lot of people so far, We don't want to see our waterfront wasted. We feel strongly about this. So I believe that the people of Nanaimo will be voting no on March 11th. And maybe this time you'll really listen. And then on March 12th, we can get back to the projects we should be working on. Projects that have been properly thought through. Projects that have already had a comprehensive and fair public consultation process. Projects that, unlike event centers, have been proven to attract good development in other cities. Projects like the South Downtown Waterfront Initiative's call for a charter to steer redevelopment of our waterfront lands so that we don't just get stuck with whatever project lands on it. Projects like Terminal Nickel Reimagined, which would grow our downtown and create a southern gateway to our
Ms.
city
Robertson,
so we
you've
can
gone way
develop.
off topic again. You're here to discuss the question.
So I'm saying I hope you'll all support the wording of the referendum question. It's a clear question, and I think you will receive a clear answer. And then at least we'll only have wasted $1 million on this. So to the proponents, I say, bring it on. Bring on the referendum, bring up the jacked up attendance numbers, bring up the half-baked construction plans and the shell game. The people of Nanaimo are smarter than that. We will dig for the facts and shut this thing down. Game on.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no questions for you. The next delegation is Mr. Ron Poulter.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for having me here this evening. I know I have sent you an email or two over the last couple of months, email or 200. I'm not
It's nice
sure.
to meet you finally, sir.
It's a pleasure to meet you too, sir, Mr. Mayor. As far as the money goes, my attitude about money, taxes versus grants, once that money enters City's Hall front door, it belongs to the citizens of Nanaimo. And I don't care what label you want to put on it, whether it's taxes, grants, manna from heaven, it doesn't matter. It belongs to the citizens of Nanaimo. And it is there to be spent for the benefit of the citizens of Nanaimo. Anything that you spend out of there has to be replaced. And the only place you have authority to get it from is through taxes, property taxes. So if you take all of the money that came in grants and spend it on something over here, and then you need money, you only have one source. If you've spent all the grant money, you have to go to taxes. So please, think of it all as the citizens' money and spend it wisely. Now, I got involved in this because I did go to one of the Phase 2 presentations, and I quite frankly, did not believe what I was hearing. I asked questions, and I basically got brushed off. I went home, and I did research. You have seen some of the results of that research I've done. I, wherever possible, tried to put in links to facts and figures. But what I found Phase 1 and 2 reports to be inaccurate, deceptive, not really truthful, in my opinion. And then I find this Ernst & Young report coming out, and it says right in it, it's based on the Phase 1 and 2 reports. And let me give you some examples of where I feel the failures are.
Mr. Poulter, I have to remind you that the question that you're up there supposed to be discussing is with respect to the bylaw, or pardon me, the question that we're going to be asking on March 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you should have been in the previous set of delegations.
I possibly should have. You haven't seen me here before, and my knowledge of City Council procedures are therefore not necessarily that clear. I could have signed up for all of them and spoken 3 times. I'm asking for 5 minutes. May I continue, sir?
You need to stay on the topic, which is the question.
Well, the question is based on all of the facts that supposedly came out of phase 1 and 2. But though I question whether you're working on valid facts and figures. And I don't believe you are. 80 to 100 events, according to Ernst & Young, coming up. Victoria has 53 last year. We're going to double Victoria's number of events, including hockey? I don't think so. Annual ticket surcharges by scenario. If I read this correctly, and I'd ask your staff to verify this, it looks like they're expecting $800,000 to $1 million a year in ticket surcharges. And yet, the best event center in Canada for its size, Abbotsford, in 2015, and I copied you with the financial report for 2015 for Abbotsford. Surcharge revenue, $94,000 on 33 events. Yes, they don't have hockey, but they had 33 events, $94,000 of surcharge revenue. Has anybody really looked at the Abbotsford 2015 financial statement, which is after they wrote off all of their hockey debts? This is nothing to do with their hockey debts or stupidity of the AHL. This has to do with running it for a year. $22.6 million deficit.
Your time's up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
I just wanted to
A
answer.
little bit of leeway here, Councillor.
Okay. Well, I wanted to answer his question because he asked. I did look into Abbotsford. The reason that they don't have any income is because they don't want to charge income because they want people in the door because they don't have a WHL team. So they're trying to remediate their losses by getting people in the door. Thank you.
If
Thank
you
you.
say so, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next one, Mr. Les Barkley. And I need to remind again the delegations, all delegations, you must speak to the item in which you are up there requesting a delegation to speak to. Mr. Barkley.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think I also should have spoken to the first set of delegations, but it wasn't clear, as people have said. But I will try to focus on the referendum. But the referendum is based on the event center. So I support the idea of a referendum, but I feel that the process that has brought you and the community to the referendum is flawed. I feel the question is inadequate, and I am against the event center. There are three main problems that I have. First problem is with process. As I want to tell my students, process counts. In the 6 months leading up till now, your process as a council has been lacking. And I fear that on March 11th, when we vote on this referendum, if tonight you agree to go ahead, we will discover that this council has wasted in excess of $500,000. Seemingly out of the blue last summer, council chose five capital projects, and I don't recall there being public input prior to that. I don't recall there being a discussion of an event center, which seemed to become the major capital project. It was in fact rejected in 2013. Since then, it seems that coming up to referendum, council has been promoting this $1 million project more than seeking input and listening. And the referendum question, of course, is based on this promotion. So there's been points made, it's going to create, what did we say tonight? Mr. Mema said 859 jobs. Actually, I did a back of the envelope calculation, only 857 jobs. So these numbers
We
come
need
out.
to get you back to the question, sir.
Yes, and the question is the referendum, which is based on this. The promotion from council and staff has had this wonderful picture of this First Nations design, and now tonight I hear, and the community hopefully hears, that, well, maybe that will change. Okay, the referendum is based on this. when politicians take the citizens for fools, well, we get...
Okay, that's it, sir. You're done. You're done. No, you're done, sir. Next delegation, please.
Thank you. I will set it for delegation another night.
Miss Ann Maves. Ms. Ann Maves. So, I don't see her here. So there's a recommendation on page 36 that Council approve the established question as follows for the non-election assent voting process. Are you in favor of the City of Nanaimo adopting Loan Authorization Bylaw 2017, number 7237, which will authorize Council to borrow a sum not exceeding $80 million, repayable over a period of no more than 20 years, for the development and construction of an event centre that will include an ice arena and other related entertainment, cultural, and recreational facilities. Is there a mover for the motion? Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item, loan authorization. The recommendation that counts that loan authorization Nanaimo Event Centre Facility Bylaw 2017, number 7237, to authorize the borrowing of up to $80 million, pardon me, for the development and construction. Thank you. Development and construction of an event centre facility, ice arena, and other related entertainment, cultural, and recreational facilities. Passed first reading. We'll be doing first, second, and third reading. And we have two delegations. The first one, Mr. John Dacombe.
Can I just see the first list of speakers list, but I didn't catch your name.
Evening.
Good evening, sir.
Evening. My name is John Dacombe. I live in Brecken Hill. First, I think you should offer me some liberty to address Councillor Hong's comments because he's addressed every single presentation to date. So I just want to address one thing quickly before I start. Councillor Hong, you stated that the
Sir, you're going to be discussing loan authorization bylaw.
No, I fully understand what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about it in a second. Can I just say one thing?
No, if you wish to speak to Councillor Hong, please do it in the sidebar.
Okay, that's great. So much for democratic process. Okay, well, I like the referendum question. What I don't like is the fact that you're asking for $80 million. I would ask that you change the amount that you're asking for to $160 million. We all know, everybody in this room, this arena will cost far more than $80 million. The things not included in the costing so far, which have been addressed already, especially site remediation, means this will cost far more than you are currently telling us. So your choices are to borrow $160 million now, change the number to $160 mil, or you can borrow $80 mil now, and you can come back in a year or so with a second referendum asking to borrow another $80 million when you run out of money for this WHL arena. And in a worst-case scenario, a new council in early 2019 was going to look at when this project is going to go, and I'm going to assume there's going to be a lot of new faces in that council. This new council will be forced to hold a referendum to clean up a mess not of their own creation. A new council will have to ask to borrow $80 million for a project that they did not vote on. That's not a good position to put your political successors in. You should also add to your question, and maybe I'm out of order here for saying this, but you should add the property tax increment that you were just speaking about a few minutes ago. You should add the property tax increment to the question so that the voters know before they vote what percentage their taxes will go up, because I guarantee you their taxes will go up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see any questions.
I'll call you later, Jerry. No, question, Jerry.
All right, so there's a recommendation on page 39. Councillor Fuller, as the acting mayor, will you read the bylaw, please? 39.
Yeah, excuse me, but I had a massive heart attack a while ago, and I'm going through some health issues. I really shouldn't have come tonight, but I came tonight because I believe in this community, and I'm putting myself at risk to do this. If I get a bit confused, please forgive me. Page 39.
39.
Thank you. And where am I going from?
Are you okay there, Councillor?
Where's the motion?
Oh, it's missing.
It's not in my book. Here, hang on. Oh. There we go. This one?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that loan authorization Nanaimo Event Center Facility Bylaw 2017, number 7237, to authorize the borrowing of up to $80 million for the development and construction of an event center facility, ice arena, and other related entertainment, cultural, and recreation facilities, bracketed event center, pass first reading.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Fuller and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Pratt and Brennan opposed.
That
passes.
That loan authorization Nanaimo Event Center Facility Bylaw 2017, number 7237, pass second reading.
Moved by Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Brennan and Pratt opposed.
And that loan authorization Nanaimo Event Center Facility Bylaw 2017, number 7237, pass third reading.
Moved by Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Pardon me. Note that Councillor Brennan and Pratt were opposed. Thank you. So the next item, with no accompanying report, is motion that General Election Amendment Bylaw 2017, number 7129.02, to amend the bylaw to provide for the registration of electors at the time of assent voting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. No other business. We move on to question period.
Your Worship, just before you move on, it was just brought to my attention a typo on the report and the motion that you made regarding the financing. So before, I would just like clarification that it's just a typo and that your motion still stands, but it would be nice if you all acknowledged it. There's some extra zeros on page 5 after the comma.
Yeah. Oh my God, we can't have those extra zeros.
Yeah, no. It's after the comma, so it was hard to see, but so for in the table.
Strategic Infrastructure Reserve at 2,465,1,000.
Yes, so it should be 100 instead of 1,000.
Okay.
And then underneath of it, it should be 1,600,000.
Correct.
So if, with council's consent, if that's okay to correct those typos, and we have it on record that those that voted in favor. Oh, there's one more, sorry. Yeah, and the 400,000. So there's 3 extra zeros there. So for those of you that were in favor, it's okay to change those typos and proceed with sending it on. Thank you very much for that.
No objections, then by consent that passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, question period.
We keep hearing about One Port Place. One Port Place.
I raised a question on Monday about the definition of that place and how it might be tied into the relations that vary over the land down there. So I went to BC Assessment and looked up One Port Place. There is no parcel known as One Port Place, known to BC Assessment at least.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. It may be best to assist with this question is under the actual borrowing bylaw, there's attached to Schedule A, which clearly outlines the property known, which we refer to as One Port Drive. I don't have the legal description in front of me, or the PID number, both of which would assist at BC Assessment, but I can assure Council that it is a property that is registered.
Well, I just didn't see an overlay there with all of the complicated land ownership issues that are involved there. And when I asked whether it was clear, I thought, well, if we've got a piece of it that's clear, then we're in good shape.
It's on page 41, if I could ask that to be put up on the screen. So the heavy outline in pink or red is the property that was purchased by the city in 2013, which we refer to as One Port Drive, and includes land and water.
But there is one of the other drawings were presented some time ago show all of the complicated land ownership issues that are dealing with this entire area here. I don't see any overlay that shows this to be clear of all of those other possible relations with railway and with who all help. You know, there are a number of people who have property rights in there. What I would like to see is whether this is clear of all those rights or not.
I'd be happy to meet with Mr. Boland and provide him that map and all the encumbrances that are registered on title.
Okay. One other quick question. I would kind of like to suggest, half humorously, that perhaps people here might want to give a lesson to the less affluent in our town about how you can go out and borrow a lot of money and it doesn't cost you anything. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the parking bylaw that we have in the city of Nanaimo, which stipulates how many parking spaces we have.
Sir, that's
any
not on the
building.
agenda tonight.
This is directly related to the discussion tonight. Under arenas.
No, sir. Under arenas, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of latitude here.
Under arenas, which also would be event centers, which would also be a multiplex, we require one parking space for every 5.1 seats. Are we disregarding completely that bylaw by building an event center with 100 parking spaces?
Staff?
Your Worship, the property is within the downtown core, which requires no parking for commercial purposes.
So it is being ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay.
I just have one question about this notion that there won't be any operating costs at the multiplex. Everything I've read tells me otherwise. Like I've looked at studies, a study from Thunder Bay where they looked at 11 event centers. All of them ended up needing annual subsidies anywhere from $300,000, I believe, to about almost $2 million. There was a study the city of Nanaimo did yourselves a couple of years ago where you looked at 8 of these things, and they all required subsidies of $300,000 to over $1 million a year. So I guess the question is, what do we know that all these other places don't seem to know? Somehow we figured out how we're going to operate this thing without a subsidy. Nobody else can do this. How come?
Okay, so Mr. Memmer.
Thank you, Worship. Like I mentioned before, I think it's a disservice when we pull these things up and start comparing them without knowing the agreements in place. So you're not really comparing apples to apples. From the model that we've built, if that were to work through, that will not require a subsidy from the City of Nanaimo. At least we can speak to this model. How others have structured their models, without seeing that, I can't comment.
It seems pretty clear cut. I mean, you either need a subsidy or you don't. And it seems that everybody else ends up needing a subsidy. You can try and hide it. But I see, like in case of Victoria, Victoria, yeah, they don't call it a subsidy. They give the arena an annual grant. The city gives them a grant of $250,000. So through leases and things. So I mean, we're going to end up doing something like that. I mean, it's obvious that they need some sort of financial assistance every year to operate. Everybody else does. So we're going to do it one way or another. I just got one other quick question, if I could, while I'm here. Mayor McKay, earlier on you mentioned this notion that we were asking for $80 million. If it's not enough and we need more money, we'll shut the whole thing down and we're not going to go any further. Well, I'd like to know how we're going to do that. If you look at, for example, the convention center, we get into the foundations, we think we've got a $700,000 job, get into it, at the end of the day it's a $6 million job. Once you've issued these contracts, you can't just say, well, we've issued a construction contract, sorry, we're running out of money, we're going to stop the contract. So how do you see that happening?
Well, it's going to be definitely the will of council. I will tell you that if this project is going to go over $80 million, I won't support it any longer.
But what I'm saying is, how do you know that until you get into the actual work? You may think you've got an $80 million project, you get into it, you come up with all these unknowns, and before you know it, you've got a $100 million project.
No, you're absolutely right, and Mr. Mema and Mr. Cooper and I discussed that earlier today. Can you explain a Class D, what do they call it? A Class D tender, if you will, or?
Find one in the room.
Well, I am an engineer, so maybe I can help you.
Sure, please, if you could explain that. Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear the question. A Class D estimate is one that you put together with very preliminary information. That's your bottom level estimate. You go from there up to a Class A estimate when you've got good, solid data to base your numbers on. So what you've got right now is a Class D estimate.
So what has happened is with the Class D, and as best practice in the costing model, there is contingencies as we drill down to Class C.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So you put it much better than Mr. Mema does in any case. Having said that, you're absolutely right. As we explore further, we've got negotiations with potential operators. We've got a negotiation with a team. We've got we believe we know a fair amount about that property. We may be surprised, and all of those things could affect this project in one way or the other. And there's going to be a time, there could possibly be a time where we find that you're absolutely right, there may be some significant additional costs. And at that time, that's going to be the day of reckoning, at least for me. Because as it stands right now, we've said $80 million, that's it. So we'll have to determine what's going to happen at that point.
Yeah, I guess the big unknown is once you issue the construction contracts and you're tied into contracts, you can't get out of them. And if those contracts go over, you could very well find yourself over the $80 million limit. So, you need some contingency plans about if you do go over that, where you're going to get some more money from.
Well, I can tell you right now, I won't support it beyond that.
Yeah.
So, no, of course, you're absolutely right. As it stands right now, we've got a picture of a building. We cannot go to tender with that. We've got some preliminary drawings. We can't go to tender with that. And the closer you get to drilling down even further to get accurate tenders back, the better your information is going to be and the more accurate your bids are going to be. I'm sorry, Ms. Sammer.
Victor and I will both answer. Victor first.
So I think we know a bit about the site. So there was environmental work done. There's a report that's contained in the phase 2 report that is going to be analyzed further. So it's not like we are leading you into a blind corner. There's still some due diligence that's still required to do this. We will not be signing contracts or asking you to sign contracts without knowing what the implications of these are. You asked us to have a risk framework. We have a risk framework that's in place. And so we are not leading you into a blind corner here. There is due diligence that has been done. We know a fair bit about the site. There's additional work that's going to be done as we go through schematic design, detailed design, and Council and the public will be appraised of that process.
So we're in phase 3 right now, and the purpose of the studies and to the Class D level was to permit staff to make recommendations on a range of financing that's required to do a construction. The next phase will see those other plans come in and other negotiations go down so that Council has decision points in front of us whether or not it can be designed and built within the financial parameters that you've set. That's not the discussion point tonight. Tonight is looking at the amount that you need to build to get the base plus additional add-ons and looking at what you need to go for debt financing with the loan authorization bylaw. Obviously, going into the other steps, we're not going to be making any recommendations with this level of detail and study. Those will be coming back between now and the next number of weeks.
Mr. McCraig, did you? Okay, thank you.
Just if I can, the one huge unknown that's out there that just popped up out of the geotechnical report that was released to me anyway, that I saw, it came out just the other day, was this whole notion that all of a sudden now there may be some mine workings under the property. And personally, I think that's one thing you should have investigated before you go ahead with this thing. If there are mine workings under there, previously the thinking was there are no mine workings in that area. What the geotechnical report identified was that there may be some previously unmapped mine workings in there. If they're there, I mean, the costs of dealing with that are going to be astronomical. You need to find that out now before you go any further with this thing. That's just a piece of advice.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Hong. Okay. Next speaker.
Sorry, I was on the list there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry to.
Yes.
The question?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment.
If I may, Mr. Sherry, I wanted to respond to the previous speaker. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to say that I thought Mr. Davidson made a good point, and his point is well taken. And I think we on council, and I think the general public, just want to feel assured that as much accurate and detailed information will be available to be examined prior to the referendum. That's what people are looking for. That's what I'm looking for. That's what the public's looking for. And I think if there is an assurance that that information, as much as we gather, will be available for people, that's all we can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Last word from me. It's been very interesting here tonight to hear what information that the council has had, what's been distributed to the general public, and where the costs are, and everything like that. The one thing that I've heard loud and clear, you passed a bylaw here tonight, 3 bylaws, which are going to Victoria for their approval to go to a referendum. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay? You know what's the big thing that's missing here? You got federal government and you got provincial government. I never heard one bit of correspondence from anybody around here and staff in their presentations that we've gone to them to ask that we can ask the community of the Nanaimo for a referendum to support some money. Not once did I hear that there was an application to the senior governments, as I say, your federal and your provincial.
So do you have a question, Mr. Sherry? Mr. Sherry, do you have a question relating to that?
Yeah, I
think you're getting to one.
That's right. If you wouldn't interrupt, the question is, why did not staff, why did not council put a motion on the floor requesting the provincial and federal government for funds that could be available for the construction and operation of this proposed facility? Not once did I hear any of those motions come forward and be presented. Thank you.
Ms. Emmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So staff have the intention of applying for the different grants that are available as we move through. So if there's grant monies available, FCM for environmental remediation work, if there's federal grant monies available for green, making the building green, all of those are absolutely, we'll be pursuing every type of grant and application we can to support in the construction of this. At this point, we don't have a design in front of us that triggers this, but obviously that will be brought forward and would be one of the principles we'll go forward with.
And that's the big problem, Mr. Chairman, is there's so many unknowns. You haven't even got the designs going, or what these things are going. But you're going for $80 million, just like the gentleman previously. Why the hell are you staying at $80 million when you know it's going to be more? And then going to the barn after the cows and the horses are out, asking for funds for environmental issues. That all should have been done prior to any of this thing getting this far. Thank you.
Don't run away. Councillor Bestwick wants got a question for you.
Not necessarily a question, but just a response to one of your questions, Mr. Sherry, and that is arenas don't qualify for federal funding. So, which was the same when you were with us here. The federal monies don't flow for arenas, unfortunately.
If I may, in camera at a meeting at City Hall, when we had the people from the Western Hockey League and everything, we had people that were willing to put up money to partner with the City of Nanaimo to build a facility on Bevan Park property, okay? Because it was pointed out at that time that there was funding for entertainment and for recreation facilities that both the provincial and the federal government at the day, and that changed the thinking of that particular developer. If the city can get it, why can't we get it too? So would you please ask the council to make the application on the behalf of the community so that it would reduce the cost of those facilities? I know you were at that particular meeting, and that's, so have you asked since that time? I don't think so, because it hasn't come forward, okay? And those things should have happened at day one.
I'll just respond to you if you wish, but we can have the conversation off to the side. Yes, I was in attendance at those meetings, and yes, we did chase away an investor who was willing to invest significant money at the time, and we weren't actually able to get funding. And when I say we, I mean I wasn't part of the we, I wasn't part of the ask, but there was not the monies available at the federal level. There may have been monies at the provincial level, and it was a three-party ask, if you will. And there's many other portions of that meeting that you and I were both in attendance, but I won't bore the general public with it.
Councillor Brennan.
When you wanted to go out on your first date, did you ask your mom and dad? No, you went out on it, type of thing. You don't get permission to do anything unless you ask. And if you're not going to ask, how the hell are you going to get the answer?
Councillor Brennan.
I was just going to thank Lloyd and ask him if he recalled. My memory is that for the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, the provincial government gave us a grant of $8 million, and the federal government gave us a grant of $2 million for the museum, for a total of $10 million, which was a huge bonus for us. And if in fact, and I certainly trust what Councillor Bestwick says about the senior levels of government not giving money for arenas, I think that's instructive then when we propose to use the gas tax for just that thing.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I was actually going to ask a question of Mr. Sherry with regards to the VICC, because he's mentioned a lot of due diligence items that weren't done back then, and I'm hoping we've learned from our mistakes. The original $52 million was planned for this with a hotel on top of it. Hotel never built. Ended up being $72 million. We had to borrow more. So all of those things happened. Yes, we were given money to put a museum in. Museum. Great. That's nice. We got money for a museum. Hopefully, we'll get money for other things with this if it's available. You got to ask for it. Do we need another museum? Maybe we do. Maybe we can go for a First Nations museum in the event center. So we'll go after those monies if they're available. I'm hoping we've learned our mistakes from this. And I'm encouraging the No people to get out and do the best they can, because there was a huge organization going against this. And this is here. That organization no longer is.
Councillor Brennan.
Just a note, the City of Nanaimo did not borrow any additional funds over $30,000 to build the VICC.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Okay, let's say, go to a happy place for 1 second and we get the event center done at $80 million, comes in on budget, it's fully operational. Now I just want some clarification from the numbers of how we're going to pay it back for the 20 years. If my memory serves me correct, I think it was 80 to 100 events a year. Is that what it was in your numbers? Because that would be an event every 3.7 to 4.5 days at 5,000 people an event? So I'm just wondering, I would just like to know, is that the numbers we're looking at this city to pay back the loan? Because I'm pretty sure I saw a slide somewhere that had those numbers.
Mr. Mema.
Your Worship, the loan is not paid for from operations. It's paid for from the sources that were identified.
Wasn't there general revenues on it?
That's money already in existence in our general revenue. So there is no money for debt service being required of operations.
So how many events does it need a year? And how many butts in the seats have to be in there to make the numbers work for 20 years to pay back the loan?
So I'll repeat what I said. So the amount for paying the loan are not coming from operations. So if the number of events, number of shows have no bearing on the amounts that have been identified to pay for the loan.
There is a tax, a surtax to each ticket?
So that's for
people in the seat.
Yeah, that's people in the seat, but that's for funding operations, not paying the debt.
How many events events does this have to do a year, and how many people?
So there is an assumption, and there is an assumption in the slide that I showed you. I'm hoping it's going to be shown on the screen.
I don't need to be shown on the screen. I just need to be told how many events and how many people.
Why I want it to be shown on the screen is there's 3 numbers there, so I want to be clear which one we're talking about.
And maybe while that's going up, we'll try to assist. There's 2, like this Vancouver Island Conference Center, there's the money it took to build it, and then you have to pay that money back. And then there's the money it takes to pay for its operations, and that comes from different sources. So the event center will have up to $80 million to build it, and then we've gone over the resources, revenues to pay for that debt. Then there's the operations of the event center, and the revenues generated to pay that come from a variety of sources, such as leasing facilities within it, from the ticket price, from events, from sponsorship.
Give me a ballpark figure of how many events
But I was trying to
happen a year and how many people.
So I think the answer you're looking for.
It's probably too high to attain.
No, does not. No, not at all.
Sir, no more outbursts from the gallery.
So we are not requiring events to pay for debt service. Are we clear on that part?
So we don't need any events.
So from this model, to pay for the debt, no, we don't need any events.
So we could build it,
We could
not have one event in it, and we'd have the money
to pay for it.
20 years.
Yeah.
So the answer is you don't need any events. Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know.
Good evening,
Council,
sir.
Staff, Jack Teelman, 370 Bruce Avenue. Remediation seems to be an issue that we haven't really touched upon, and I did a little research today, and it was like scary about what money costs to remediate soil for all the acreage. And I'm wondering if council and staff could explain to me what sort of research we've done on the price per cubic unit or hectares that we have to extract, what kind of soil samples we've done, and really before we go moving any forward, if this thing is going to cost us $50 or $100 million, maybe we need, in soil remediation, maybe we need to look at a different site now before we go and do all these things, because if the breaking point, like you said, Bill, was 80 million, we could be doing that in soil remediation based on some preliminary research I've done today.
Sarah.
Mr. Lindsay.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, first of all, what I would say is the city bought the site in 2013, and at that time we began removing a number of the barriers that would allow for the redevelopment of the property. So we did a number of studies on the environmental before it was ever contemplated that there be an event center there. So we did detailed risk assessments. We did work in 2014 and 2015. All of those studies are on our website, and I can point you to them. But further to that, in the phase 3 study, in the phase 2 studies that were done in association with the event center, they took all the work that we had done to date in those detailed risk assessments, and they have come up with a number under their study that says worst case scenario, if you had to remove the soil that's underneath the event center, would be $500,000. Worst case scenario. It depends on the design of the building, because there may not be the need to remove any soil from that property, and it would simply be the filing of a risk, what they call basically, I don't have the terminology correct, but it's basically like a risk assessment that's done and submitted to the province. So the construction could theoretically include leaving all of the soil where it is. If the piling's done, as suggested by the geotechnical, it would remain. It would be capped by the building, and it would be a nominal amount for the environmental. It's possibly as low as $15,000 to $20,000.
And so the cap for $500,000 is what we had for remediating any types of soil on that whole site?
No, specifically, the study that was done for phase 2 was for the event center, and it said to remediate the area with about the 2.5 acres that's under the event center, maximum is $500,000. But they were very clear, and that study again is on our website. You can take a look at it. But that's the worst case scenario, and it speaks to the more likely option of leaving the soils in place.
Sounds cheap. That's good. Thank you.
Sure, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just the delegation, we didn't get his name for our minutes. We've been missing the names.
Jack Tealman, 370.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Ron Bowen, Nanaimo. Mr. Sherry just reminded me of how stupid I sometimes am. When he raised the question, which unfortunately I hadn't really spent any time thinking about, of the request for grants from senior governments. Once it came into my mind, pardon? Oh, okay. Once that came into my mind, it reminded me, I believe, of the regulation that once we put a shovel in the ground on any of these projects, we are disbarred from requesting money for those projects. Can anybody confirm or deny that?
Ms. Fowler.
Your Worship, nothing's that simple with federal regulations and federal grants. There may have been some old circumstances where that was the case, but with project planning, you make the request well in advance of when a shovel hits the ground. And there is some limited ability to deal with the internal things if you want arts and culture and those types of grants, which are available through the federal government, particularly if there's Aboriginal programming. Those are federal grants as well. So there's grants for construction and there's grants for operation. And they come at different times in the project process. Gives that an overview, I hope.
And that actually leads to my next question, which is, are we really not intending to even begin this project for 5 years or whatever the lead time might be if we're going to request any money that from the senior governments for which we would have to have affirmation before we put a shovel in the ground? So is this project really years away? If we're going to make those requests? Governments, senior governments don't tend to act very quickly in my limited experience.
The intention is for a team to be playing in that building in September of 2019.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So then does that mean that we are not intending to apply for grants from senior government because they don't turn over that fast?
No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, the federal government has been known in the past to run at lightning speed, particularly during March Madness.
Okay. Good luck to us all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one quick question. Really, it's to Dale. As a follow-up to comments you made about the geotechnical and environmental reports. The geotechnical report is recommending the building be founded on piles, and because the bedrock is in pretty bad shape in the surface, that the piles need to be drilled quite a depth into the bedrock. And it also, because the soils are so inconsistent and so soft and loose, that the slab for the building is actually quite a structural slab that isn't actually sitting on the ground. It's completely independent. So I'm just wondering, have those costs been factored into this $80 million estimate that we have?
It's always dangerous to ask a planner an engineering question, so maybe my understanding is that both the environmental and the geotechnical costs have been included, that were identified in phase 2 have been included in the cost estimates that come up to the $80 million.
So the only thing that hasn't been is whether the question about whether there's a mine shaft there or not. It's the only thing that's still out there.
Sorry, I'm not aware of that comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don Bonner, still from Nanaimo. Councillor Thorpe, you mentioned something just near the end here regarding the documents and making sure they're getting out, and I thank you for that. Does that mean that the No Vote 2017 Society could get a copy of the Ernst & Young report, which we haven't been able to yet? Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's directed to you.
Okay, I'm not sure that I can answer that, Mr. Bonner. My point was that the council and public would appreciate getting as much accurate, detailed information as possible. Whether the public would be entitled to see the entire Ernst Young report, I'm not sure, because there are some figures in there related to possible negotiations, which would not benefit the city to have released, and maybe Mr. Memo or other staff could supplement that thought, but that's my opinion. I'm hoping that anything that is able to be released to the public will be.
Okay. And my other question was regarding the design. Now, you're asking for $80 million, and we know that the consultants recommended if you were to take all of the options, the cost would be $87 million. So am I to assume there that you've already not gone with option B? And in the event that we do run into problems in the digging of the hole, and we pop into a mine shaft or something else, and the cost goes up, are you also going to get rid of option A in the recommendations, which would mean that we would have a basic model hockey arena downtown? That's to you.
Ms. Fowler.
Your Worship, the options that were provided in that report give some options and some costing for variations. There are a whole bunch of negotiations which we will do with the architect, with the construction firm, with the WHL, probably to a lesser extent, but then also the operator, that will change. You know, we will negotiate those options. We will take a look at costing. We will look at trying to reduce those costs. There's a whole variety of scenarios that we're going to go through, and those things will change. What the loan authorization bylaw says is the cap is $80 million. So there will be a limit on the amount of money that can be spent on the center, but we're going to be looking at how to, through those negotiations, which is why some of that information is confidential, to represent the city's interests to the best of our ability and reduce those costs and get more amenities and better design. Federal government funding, provincial government funding, all of those things will be pursued through that negotiation process. Worship?
And I would just direct Mr. Bonner to the PowerPoint presentation. It has the basic features outlined in it, the one that we had up on earlier this evening.
Yes, I read it off the city website. That's why I was asking the question, because it looks like you're ditching option A and B and building a basic model hockey arena.
Which is not the case.
Oh, and fine. So, like, as it sits right now, we actually don't know what we're getting then, because none of those negotiations have taken place. You're just asking for $80 million to build something downtown which may or may not have these particular options in it, that sort of thing.
You're correct.
Okay.
And essentially, what we're saying is at this point, we're talking about an estimate of money. We're asking to borrow this much money. We want to see, we're keeping some of the information close to our chest, so to speak, simply because you don't want your operators, WHL, the contractors, the builders, you don't want them knowing what all your numbers are. You want them to
Can
be
we add
honest.
the public to that as well?
Well, once we get to a certain point, I mean, we have to take certain steps one at a time, and let's just keep taking these steps forward. And as time goes on and we knock some of those other issues out that may cause harm to the municipality should that information be released, then it would be released.
Can I ask that this slide go back up? Because you said the response to Mr. Bonner is not correct, that you're just asking $80 million to maybe build something. We're very clear tonight that here is what we're going to be asking for in terms of the construction. So it's not that PowerPoint presentation, it's the one with the blue. Thank you. There. Those are the ranges and the things that we're asking for, because each of those things has an impact on the economic viability and the revenues that can be generated, and each of those things contribute to achieving what was on the previous slide, which is having a facility that is for sports, it's for concerts, it's for culture, it's for heritage, it's multi-purpose, it's recreational, and achieving all of those objectives. So when we go out and we're going to get bids from different design and constructions, they know what we're looking for. And that's where we're going to have the negotiation flexibility. So there is quite a high level of information available to the public to know what we mean by an event center and what we intend to have in it and how we intend to be able to operate it. Unfortunately, we can't release the precise range of flexibility and contingency and prices, but that is what we're striving to get, and that is what we're working towards.
So my question, and I don't want to delay this too much longer, is we already know or have already been told by the consultants that an 83,000 concert show seat arena is going to cost you $87 million. And you're only asking for 80, and that didn't include the remediation of the soil. So how are you going to build this thing of 83,000 concert seats with $80 million, including digging the hole in the ground? Like, it's just not making sense at this point.
So, Ms. Fowler.
We are going to be negotiating with the architect, with the construction firm, with the WHL, with the operators, with in mind to ensure that we get those options. And through that process, we are capped at $80 million. But we are not restricted to that. If we can do more, we will. If we can reduce the cost, we will. That will be our negotiating principles.
So we're going to negotiate all of that for $20 million less than what the consultant said it would cost. I wish you all the luck. Thanks.
Councillor Bestwick.
To make a point too that $10 million of the $80 million, regardless of whatever is developed down there, is in that neighborhood of $10 million for the Front Street alignment and for the access road and for the storm sewer. And I think we've been given an estimate of $4 million on that. But I hate like heck to say numbers, because then the next thing you know, somebody's that comes in at $3.9 million to do the job because they saw it somewhere in an estimate or a quote somewhere. So we have to be really, really cautious about how much information that we do share, although all of the public would like to have all of the information, but sometimes that costs us more by giving too much information out. The event center itself, there was a range depending on how many fixed seats there were in the bowl per se, and that's really what drives the price up. It is how many fixed seats. So if you have, it's about $12,000 a seat. So their range went from 52 to 5,600 seats to 7,100 seats. Then the volume, the steel, the concrete, the seats, everything the HVAC, like everything starts to really escalate when you go up in your volume of space and the number of seats. And that's what took it, I can't remember, I think it was 62 million, I think. And then it ranged all the way up to somewhere in the neighborhood of 83 or 84 million, depending on how many fixed seats you had in the bowl. And by virtue of going to it doesn't mean that we're spending less money, that it won't be state of the art. So when we hear basic model, venues built today will be built state of the art. It's just the seats that drive the price up, really, the number of seats.
Well, and the seats also make it whether or not it's a world-class venue or not. So if you're not building to the 83,000, you're not going to be attracting 8,300. You're not going to be attracting the big name shows to come here. So at that point, you have a really nice hockey arena. And that's if you don't build it to the best that we can absolutely afford and it hits that 8,300 mark, we will not have a great facility to do all the things that you're thinking of doing. We will have a nice hockey arena for a WHL team. And we can debate this all night long, and I'm sure a few other people have questions, right? But these are all the questions that we should have known up front before you even thought about having a referendum. Because if you don't know these numbers and you're guessing, what are we supposed to vote on? We're supposed to take your word for it that it's going to be cool? I'm afraid not. Like, we have to know these numbers. And if we don't, you're going to force everybody in town to vote no and start over again. So that was my only point, is that we don't really know what you're building here, because we're just being told now that you're going to negotiate $20 million out of the companies to build this thing. And I don't think that's going to happen. You had a pretty good estimate from the consultants. They said 87 million. They said 67 million to build the base model.
Yeah.
And then you added on for that. And if you take $10 million for your remediation off your 80 million, you got 70 million left. That's only $3 million for add-ons. Right? Can't even put a grass roof on for that.
I hope we don't put a grass roof on.
We don't either. Right. Anyway, I'm done.
Mr. Mema.
So that we don't debate too much, I think we have. What I wanted to know was you said we don't know the numbers. What number don't we know?
Well, like you're saying, you're only going to borrow $80 million, and that's all it's going to cost. That's all you're going to spend.
Yeah.
And we've already been told that it costs $87 million.
Councillor, if you leave, we don't have quorum anymore.
Well, I'll knock on the door there.
Let's wait before you go. No, we just bring somebody else in.
Over here.
Yeah, I was just, my point was that if they said it's $87 million, you're only borrowing 80, and it's going to cost $10 million to dig the hole in the ground and fix the roads. You've only got $70 million left. They said $67 million for the base model. That tells me you can only build a base model. And if you say that you're going to negotiate all those extra stuff to bring it from 67 up to 87, that's $20 million. And I just don't think you can negotiate it down that much. So that's the thing. The numbers don't seem to be adding up. Like, you should have asked for $100 million. Then the numbers would have added up, which would have made my job a lot easier in getting out the no vote. But then it's fine.
Okay.
So that's
Thank you, Ashu.
Thank you.
Hi again.
Hi.
So, Mayor McKay, you had stated, and I think I got
you need
this.
to give your name back again.
Yeah,
to
John
the,
DeCombe. I live in Brecken Hill.
Thank you.
Mayor McKay, I think I got this verbatim. You said about maybe half an hour ago, you said, if this goes over $80 million, I will not support it. I believe that's verbatim. So my question is, I know the city planner said it's only be $500K for remediation, and I just want to put that in some Sorry, the city planner said it was only $500K for remediation. Now I want to put that in some context before I ask my question. False Creek, the old Expo 86 lands, which I know very well, $70 million to date, another $21 million expected, and the VICC, Vancouver Island Conference Center, which I wasn't here for, but they budgeted $700K. I think somebody else mentioned it. $700K for the foundation. Budget ended up being $6 million for the foundation, which is an 850% increase. So I know we've been told a number of times we shouldn't worry about remediation. It won't cost much, and everything's just going to be hunky dory. But let's do a worst case scenario. Okay, we've all been wrong. There's a big mine shaft right under the hole. You said what I just said, your quote. I would like to know from each member of council who is present, not from city staff, what will you do politically if once this project has started, it suddenly balloons well over budget? Not 82 million, 83 million. It's a $50 million remediation cost. What will you do politically, each of you, at that point? Because it's a worst case scenario, but it's a scenario.
So I need to answer that for myself, first off. anybody who would start construction without knowing what the remediation costs are has got to have rocks in their head. Why would we do that? Why would we put ourselves in that position?
So it's my understanding,
Yeah.
from speaking to a number of people, that the Vancouver Island Conference Centre was started, and then the remediation issues were discovered. Now, the Vancouver Island Conference Centre wasn't built in 1870. It was built a few years ago. So if that can happen a few years ago, what has changed in technology and construction design so dramatically that we cannot rule out 100% that couldn't happen here?
All I can speak for is myself, and with respect to the decision-making that was made at the time. I honestly can't help you with that. I can tell you that if we were faced with that, there's no way I would ever approve this going forward if we don't know what the remediation costs are. Plain and simple. I certainly wouldn't. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I guess I'll start another time. Remediation, first of all, and your reference to the VICC, it wasn't remediation that skyrocketed, it was pilings because of the saturation of the land. So it's two different things. Not remediation.
Okay, let's just say that for sake of argument, it's not remediation. They have to put in more pilings.
We've budgeted for pilings. We know our experience. We've learned from our past mistakes on what that land is, the potential land of what it is, and the location and previous First Nations maps, and other maps that we have of that area. And we're fully expecting pilings to be used.
So just to clarify for me,
it is in the
I'm
budget.
Slow, VICC was an absolute train wreck. Every mistake that was made in that project has been learned from, and the city of Nanaimo will never make any of the mistakes that happened in that project. Is that what you're telling me?
With regards to the lands and facilities based on this project. I can't tell you that if we built it somewhere else, it's completely different. But knowing the lands that we have here, in the area and the location of what is downtown and what it was, staff have budgeted.
So the scenario I proposed is impossible. That's what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the consensus of council, I assume?
I admit that there could possibly be errors in the lead up in the planning. That would be very short-sighted to suggest that nothing ever goes wrong in Nanaimo. That would be, right? But, I mean, I don't support it, and I have, been consistent in my voting pattern. However, if something happened and we were 2/3, 1/3 into the project, and we got some exceptionally bad news, I can't say how I would vote, because at that point I'd have to take into account what is the issue, what is the cost, what are the implications of not following through, and all of those kinds of new pieces of information that I would have to have, and make my decision based on what I thought would be in the best interest of the citizens at that time. So it's impossible to say, okay, I would say, nope, stop, hole in the ground, all that money gone. I don't know. I might, because I might look in I might look in my crystal ball and say, if I don't do it, then it's going to be worse for us. Or I might say, well, if we stop now, that would be the best course of action. I don't know. But I can tell you that that's how I would make my decision.
That's fair. Mayor McKay, can I just say that the statement that I quoted earlier, can I assume that's maybe slightly should be more measured? That you would maybe not stop supporting this if it went over 80 million?
No, I will not support over 80 million.
So if there is something comes up, you're going to drop your support at that point?
Repeat that. I didn't quite hear it all.
Well, the quote that I read back to you, if that happens, if something happens, you will drop your support. You will drop your support if it goes over 80 million. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Councillor Bestwick.
One thing for sure is that it's really difficult to respond in answer to a rhetorical question of something that might happen or might not happen. And I'm going to put my trust in the fact that the information that we are receiving and that we will continue to need to receive will provide us that sense of comfort moving forward. Do I know what the election south of the border is going to do to the TTP or the NAFTA or the price of steel or anything? I don't know. And so I can't really predict, and I don't even know that if it's a fair question, really, on the assumption that, and the assumption is based on information that we've been provided. And we can say that Ernst & Young is not worthy. We can say that they didn't provide us with the right information. We can say that a host of things may or may not influence the cost of doing business, the cost of proceeding. This build is going to take over 2 years. So things may change up or down. I'm certainly hopeful that, obviously, who isn't? I didn't know what this was going to cost when we were told what it was going to cost. And a gentleman that came and stood at that podium at the same time didn't know what it was going to cost either. Mr. Sherry. And it certainly came in well over budget. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So I hope that those corrective steps and measures in the research is being done now. And the one item for sure is the Front Street Access Road Storm and Sewer. None of those charges were applied to the cost of this facility, as an example. So I'm certainly hopeful that we get all of the information from the professionals, and I'm not one of them, that's going to deliver the information that we need to be able to distribute and disseminate to the community that haven't already made up their mind. And on March 12th, the sun's going to come up, and I'm going to get up, and you're going to get up, and you're going to say, whatever, I told you so, and whatever. We'll move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wanda Thompson again in Brecken Hill. I have two questions.
I think you might have to move a little closer to that microphone.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. I have two questions. The first one is, throughout the presentation tonight, I have heard a couple of things. One of them is a lot of councillors and staff referring to what we're doing when the project goes ahead and how we're going to handle the project when it goes ahead. There's no use of conditional verbs in this. If it were to go ahead, if it did go ahead, it's when it goes ahead, this is what's going to happen. Making a presumption that the vote's already happened and people voted yes and that it's going ahead. So I hear this in almost every councillor's words, perhaps except Ms. Brennan and Pratt. But I hear it from staff and I hear it from councillors. This is how much it's going to cost. This is what we're going to do. This is how much revenue we're going to get, as opposed to this is what would happen if we do proceed with this project. It isn't a given. And so the other thing I'm also hearing that to me...
Do you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, I do have a question, Your Worship. The other thing I'm hearing is also we're in negotiations with architects, we're in negotiations with the WHL, we're in negotiations with other people. How much of my tax dollars are being spent negotiating with all of these professionals before the voters of this city have decided that this project is actually going forward? I feel like the train's out of the station, and so my question is, are my tax dollars still being spent on a project that the citizens of Nanaimo have not yet approved?
It's a very good question. Mr. Mema.
So at the December 19 meeting, Council directed staff in a series of 11 resolutions to engage professionals. We've gone out and for the project manager, that closed last week, so we are reviewing that. On Friday, we'll receive the other responses on architects, on operators, and we'll review that and we'll bring the dollar amount that is required for phase 3 to council on February 6th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not sure I understood how that answered my question. Are my tax dollars still being spent on this project before the citizens of Nanaimo have given their approval, yes or no?
No.
Okay. So no negotiations are going on now. There are no negotiations with the NHL, with architects, with engineers.
So that's staff time. If that's what you're referring to, you would be spending that money anyways. I thought you were talking about on the event center, architects and stuff. There's no work being done.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about consultations with the Snuneymuxw First Nation. And I had put this question out earlier today, and city staff got back to me and said that the work that the city had been doing over the past year would be outlined in a presentation this evening for members of the public so that we would understand what was being undertaken with the First Nation here, because I feel that it's important that we know how they're being engaged and how they're being included in the decisions that are being taken about these lands. So I didn't hear that this evening, so I'd like to know when we might hear about that.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor McKay. Okay, so the question is, how has the City of Nanaimo been engaging with Snuneymuxw First Nation? It's a good question. Over the last year, the City of Nanaimo has been engaging with Snuneymuxw First Nation in a number of different forms. One form is through staff meetings with SFN, such as the community development meetings in 2015 and 16. So there was meetings on December 3rd, 2015, April 7, 2016, April 8th, 2016, October 26th, 2016, and November 8th, 2016. In addition to that, there were protocol agreement working group meetings throughout 2016, of which Councillors Pratt, Kipp, and Fuller attended, along with staff, and Councillors White, Thomas, and Good from time to time, along with staff. And at these meetings took place on April 22nd, 2016, May 25, 2016, June 29, 2016, July 28, 2016, August 9th, 2016, September 14th, 2016. The next forum in which engagement with SFN took place over the last year is in a forum known as the Tripartite Meetings Forums, which is among the Nanaimo Port Authority, Snuneymuxw First Nation, and the City of Nanaimo, with a number of councillors. I think Councillors Beswick, Councillors Kipp, and Councillors Yoakum, along with staff and councillors from SFN and board members from the Port Authority. Those meetings took place on March 9th, 2016, March 21, 2016, July 13, 2016, July 27, 2016, August 24, 2016.
Can I answer your question?
No, I understand that, but I don't really need to
Your
have
Worship.
a bunch of dates read to me out loud.
So, ma'am, let's just, everybody have the floor. So Ms. Sammer was finishing what she was saying. If
She doesn't
we
want
just
the
hold
information.
off.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. Because this is a very, very important question that isn't easily answered in 2 or 3 sentences. So I will continue. Tripartite meetings, August 24, 2016, October 12, 2016, November 16, 2016, November 24, 2016, January 12, 2017, January 19th, 2017. Then there are also Port City Liaison meetings with SFN, which took place in December 2016 and on the 6th and on the 13th. There was also a council-to-council dinner on April 6, 2016, and then specific meetings with SFN and the consultants on October 25th and November 25th. So this whole series of meetings that have occurred What I have here are some minutes from those meetings, which is quite a fulsome package, and I'm not able to go into a lot of detail in what was discussed and the motions that were made and the information that was shared. But at each of these different meetings, the city prepared information on the various projects that we're working on, from the Greater Nanaimo Water District lands, Maffeo-Sutton, Newcastle Island, One Port Drive, South Downtown Waterfront Development, as well as other types of projects. So there's a trestle replacement, master plan, RDN, transit exchange, archaeological assessments, environmental reports, different types of development projects at 5100 Comox, Brecken Boat Ramp, DL 56 Lindley Valley area. So there's a whole range of topics that all of these parties have been engaging on, as well as talking about entering into a relationship protocol or some other type of framework agreement to guide the engagement between the city and SFN, and to the extent the Port Authority is involved, and to look at what are we going to be engaging on, what type of support is needed for that. Considerable city resources have been behind that. These meetings have been, I think, one of the most inspiring and enjoyable forums that I have engaged in. They've been very innovative. We've taken trips with the various parties over to Newcastle Island and done site visits and walked around to look at what it is we may or may not construct, what will we do together, how are we going to do access short-term and long-term to Newcastle Island, what does it look like if we extend stuff in Maffeo, what does it look like in terms of the development of One Port Drive. Through each of these steps, the city has consulted or engaged with SFN on the various sites from the 5 to the 2, and continue to seek at a council-to-council level engagement to understand what their concerns on. And this isn't something that's going to end overnight. It requires intensive engagement, respectful engagement, and meaningful conversations and dialogue amongst the parties. And the city has demonstrated an openness and transparency and a willingness to engage, and continues to seek out through these various forums, POG, tripartite, bilaterals, and also at the leadership level with the mayor and the chief and council to council. So we're hoping that in the near future, I think the latest date was Friday, there's going to be a council to council meeting in which this project can be discussed. And it doesn't exist in isolation. Anything that the city does or the Port Authority does is impacted by SFN. They have a voice, they have interests, they are a part of our community, they are an important community partner, and I just have to advise that this has been going on for the last year, and there's many years ahead of us as we try to work together to engage in development in the city of Nanaimo.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for explaining the full spectrum of consultations that you're engaging with the First Nation. I'm glad to hear it. My question was really more specifically about the event center and the multiplex, so I'm not sure my question was really answered. But my second question is whether or not the municipality is subject to the federal legislation for the duty to consult with First Nations. Are we subject to that legislation for duty to consult?
Thanks. So,
in this specific case, in the case of the multiplex.
Ma'am.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the scope of my question. That's all.
Now, your turn.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will do a supplemental to the first response to the first question. And on October 25th and November 25th, the consultants met with SFN at SFN offices to discuss the events center. And in July, August, September, October, November, and December, the city engaged on the event center with SFN. So there has been engagement. I'm not able to disclose the content of those discussions because they're confidential and they're ongoing, but they certainly have been engagements on this particular project. They require more engagement going forward. In terms of what are the city's legal obligations in terms of the duty to consult, I'm not going to give a legal opinion on that, but if the city needs to get a federal or a provincial permit, license, or some type of approval, it triggers a consultation duty under federal and provincial legislation. For example, environment is the one that we often see. If you need to get environmental approvals at either the federal or provincial level, their policy, their laws, and their legislation require the proponent, which would be the city in this case, to obtain, to consult with Sunema First Nation. So in those instances, that could be triggered. In terms of being a fee simple landowner, I don't think that going to the legalese is particularly helpful. It's positional, divisive, and is sort of the litigation approach to working in partnership and collaboration. I think what the council has clearly stated to staff and what council has directed is that engagement with SFN is important regardless of the legal trigger or legal obligation. And that's why the city has been at the table for the last year and is continuing to be at the table with SFN. If you get down to the legalese, you just, that's not helpful for collaboration and moving forward. And it just leads to positional stances that don't help the various parties, including the Port Authority and other users down there, such as C-SPAN and the rail, about reaching solutions through consensus and through collaboration and through respect.
Okay, thank you. And I do understand that, but my reason for asking was just because if we're captured under the duty to consult obligations, then I think that there can be repercussions for how we would move ahead with the project, and that's why I was asking. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you for the email today, Ms. Thompson. And hopefully I was able to respond what I could respond with. I just want to touch quickly on the First Nation subject. Being a Sunema member and being on council there for, 14 plus years, that my cousins, my brothers, sisters, who call each other, are members of their council, and some are probably for, some are probably for against us. I'm not sure. But nevertheless, I do want to touch on, just like our council, they have their views and they're entitled to their views. But nevertheless, what I want to touch on is I love subjects like this, or whenever the Sunema are their views are always when usually people need their views or want their views for their position. A variety of things over the years. And when I was on that council, it would knock on the door or phone you, hey, come take this podium and this and that. And that's fine. But what's also disheartening is all these people that care so much about this name all of a sudden. Where is everyone when my people, my ancestors, have dumps beside them, mills beside them, concrete plants beside them, contaminated water, train tracks this far from the schoolyard, poverty issue, drug dealers up the road, log booms in the water? Where is everyone then? Where is everyone advocating, saying, well, let's make sure we're there with our shoulder to shoulder with this NAMO? So this is not you, Ms. Thompson. This is just in general when this subject, I find it's really sensitive to me. So I find it's when this NAMO is needed or hope to be needed, that's when people come knocking on the door. And I really find that patronizing and disheartening. So I want to share the reality, because it's dead silence. You know who's there with you on those subjects? Or revenue sharing, or all the resources we take out of the backyard. You know who's there with you? Nobody. So I wanted to share that. So anyways, when I hear that type of subject, not from this delegate, but just in general. So I just want to share my view on that. And the conference center, I can't speak for my brothers and sisters. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jordan Ellis. I live in Nanaimo. I've lived here this time for 15 years. I'm a taxpayer and a homeowner. I appreciate your comments. I was wondering when I was going to hear something from you this evening. That was great. But my first question then would be, is Council treated the same as far as how far they can go outside the question to respond than we are as public?
Yeah.
I think you went outside the bounds of this question that the mayor has castigated a number of people about that tonight, but he didn't in your case. I just wondered why that might have been.
And I also gave a number of people a tremendous amount of latitude, sir.
I don't know that. I do know
fair.
how many people you said but I'm not here to argue about that. My question is, does he have the same guidelines as the public?
One would try to have everybody have the same guidelines, but you must provide some latitude.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions that perhaps won't take too long. And I rise because of the last delegation. I have the answer, the simple answer to your question. What is the council's and Nanaimo's perspective on this proposal? Well, first I'd ask, who handles public relations for the city? Do you have a public relations person on staff?
We have a communications manager, yes.
Communications manager?
Yes.
The Times Colonist has the answer to your question today. It says, Nanaimo goes for waterfront arena. Now, we understand that in politics particularly, perception is often much more important than the facts. President Trump taught us that yesterday through his spokesperson, who said something like, I forget, she said, oh yeah, well, all of the critics have their facts. Our spokesperson yesterday had some alternative facts. So facts are whatever you want to make them up to be. It kinds of sounds like what I heard tonight. I'd ask, I think Councillor Bestwick probably would be best to handle this question. Hockey's a great game, and I understand how committed you are to it. I was an athlete in my younger years and played many, many sports. My two favorites are rugby and lacrosse. Has the city, it's never been mentioned this evening, has the city approached the professional sport of the National Lacrosse League as a possible adjunct to the Western Hockey League?
I'll do my best to answer that question. But firstly, if I could just make a comment, I think that the mayor has chaired an excellent meeting tonight under duress and certain circumstances that aren't always the easiest or most pleasant of circumstances to operate a meeting under. So I just want to make that clear. Also, I have, and the previous speaker spoke to, if any, about her staff, her monies are being spent or whatever, tax money, still on this project. And there's ongoing work going on the project naturally. And she mentioned specifically negotiations with the NHL, WHL, and I just want to make it clear for the record, for the public record, this councillor hasn't engaged in any dialogue or conversation with anybody in the NHL or in the Western Hockey League as it relates to negotiations for this facility or any other. As it relates to the National Lacrosse League,
yes.
I think it would be absolutely wonderful if the Timbermen had a team in the National Lacrosse League. And one of the things, of course, that they look for is baseline facility conditions. So seating capacities, et cetera, et cetera. Are they in expansion mode or are they in relocation mode? I have no idea. But I would certainly hope that there might be an opportunity for other off-season, if you will.
To make the point, that's
sports.
What other people have said. You haven't got the information for all of the revenue sources that might be available to you. And the National Lacrosse League team that played in Vancouver at one time played in very old arenas like the Queen Park Arena and I think the Kerrisdale Arena, even if my memory serves.
If I could just correct, that's the Western Lacrosse Association.
But didn't
the Vancouver Ravens played out of the Vancouver Ravens played out of what is now the Rogers Centre, and they disbanded, and then they've come back now in Langley at the Langley Event Centre.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful environment for the non-lacrosse fan too to go and attend.
My point was just that there's another source there that had never been identified this evening so far.
Yes, and there's also indoor football. There's also indoor soccer that is of major league variety. Might we be a candidate? Not today, not with the facilities we have today, but we might be in the future.
How about creating seven-a-side rugby indoors?
I think that'd be wonderful, and I think that we need some more artificial turfs for lacrosse, field lacrosse particularly, CFL football size, and there's a multitude and host of things that I would like to think that we might be able to achieve and accomplish.
Thank you. Yeah. So my point was, one of my points was, and I appreciate that you just brought it up in effect, that the public relations is a very important thing because facts apparently can be altered. I think the last speaker spoke to the idea that it seems like the council has already made up their mind and you're promoting a particular thing going forward, except for Councillor Thorpe, who said his mind was not made up yet. That's certainly the way the press is taking it. That's certainly the way the people that I speak to in the community so far are taking it. In fact, one person sent me an email today that simply put it this way. He said, basically the council is saying we want $80 million, and trust us. Trust is a hard thing to control and promote and develop, as I think this council is very aware, perhaps more than any other in the province. So I'd suggest that, I guess my question is really, what plans do you have in mind for increasing that trust level? Because my sense of it this evening is that the people that have stood up here as a delegation were no people. That's what, if you're promoting this, that's what you're up against. You put yourself in the position of already making up your mind, you're projecting that out to the community, and that's what you're going to be dealing with. I'm not sure where I'm going to stand on this when it gets there, but I'm just giving you my personal opinion that that's where I see the public relations and the perception, which is more important than the facts so often, being presented here tonight. And going through a whole bunch of numbers of meetings that were dates of meetings is blocking tactic in my view, just causing bureaucratic scrabble till people get blown out of their heads and give up. So did I ask a question there? Oh, yes, I did, about your public relations, how you intend dealing with that going forward and improving your the perception of the public with relation to this project.
I'm sure one of our staff members can answer that question with respect to the public engagement process and other vehicles of disseminating information that are ongoing.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cooper is gone, but the next phase of information that's going to go up is we're getting a separate web page that has all the reports on it, and then having the basic information for a voter to make an informed decision. So there'll be Q's and A's and the basic information on the scope of the project and what they're going to be voting on. And that's what we're going to need to, I think, simplifying it, getting the basics there. I know that there's going to be a newsletter, a flyer, and community sessions across the north, south, and in between. So getting out there.
Thank you. I've attended a couple of the meetings previously. I didn't think they were particularly well attended, so I think there's work that needs to be done interpersonally. I think First Nations has a history of talking on the phone to each other, as opposed to sending out flyers and putting up pages on the internet, etc. Any response to the statement I made that I got an email that said $80 million, trust us? What are you doing about trust?
I just wanted to comment that I think that all of the information that the city manager provided as it related to the question that was presented to her about the engagement with First Nations, I think it was important in terms of symbolism that there's a considerable amount of engagement going on with the First Nations. There's so much overlap with each and every project or opportunity that we have. And I have to say, for about 10 years prior to those meetings taking place, nothing was going on. No meetings were happening. We didn't have a tripart. We didn't have a POG. Nothing was. The meetings were few and seldom.
Well, I certainly support that.
So the relationship that has been forged and established most recently in the last 12 or 16, 18 months has been exponential compared to what it once was.
So that's a great thing.
It is a great thing. And so I think, if I may...
Even if you fail.
Well, you can't fail when you communicate.
No, but I'm saying that relationship is wonderful that you're building, even if this other project fails.
Right. And as it relates to, you made a comment about just the no people are here, and that it seems as though that we've already made our minds up.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting that it's okay for, like, I voted in favor of going to referendum. I voted in favor of the loan authorization bylaw question and for the $80 million. And it's okay, but it's not okay to be in favor of those things. It's only okay, from what I hear, to be opposed to those things.
That isn't the point I was making.
Okay, good. I just wanted to then.
The point is this. The perception is this.
I haven't seen the Times columnist, so I don't know what it says.
I'm showing you what it is.
Okay, I can find it.
The perception around Vancouver Island now is 5 words. Nanaimo goes for waterfront arena. And who would they think of as being responsible for this piece of press, if not this council?
Well, the editor of that makes the headlines.
Okay.
To sensationalize something to get people to buy their paper, whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
So we all know that. So I'm not going to read a whole bunch into that.
Okay. Any other responses or questions?
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to also clarify, I said from your newspaper.
Not my newspaper.
From the article you showed on the newspaper,
Okay.
it's their words. You know, it wasn't, when you see something that's endorsed by council, it comes out as a news release from our website. You know, we as individual councillors might speak on a topic, but that isn't the voice of council.
I get it.
So they're writers. They're trying to sell newspapers.
Yeah. Did you hear it when I said perception is more important than
Yes,
facts?
exactly. I know, and that's what I wanted to make sure, in case other people that are watching didn't get that.
I think a lot of people do read the newspaper for that purpose.
Yeah.
They believe it.
Yes, and that's
Isn't
I
that a
agree.
strange concept? Yes.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Were you a Hornet rugby guy?
I'm sorry?
Were you a Hornet rugby guy in your rugby
No,
days?
No.
Okay. A comment, not a question, in regards to the perception of, say, promoting the project through the newspaper or some of our language this evening, or staff. Staff is put in a position of, as you know, and any bureaucratic, provincial, city, federal, where the politicians, they sort of got to go that line. And we decided to go with this center, and I'm speaking positive because I'm for it. And it's a direction. I feel like if I'm going to support something when we made up our decisions, I'm going to speak positive about it and speak for it instead of wavering or waffling or this or that. I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to it.
appreciate that.
Yeah, so I just want to be very candid with you why I might seem positive about it, because I supported it when we voted on this stuff, and it'd be pretty weak if I didn't support it publicly. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Boland, for the 3rd time in question period, really?
I don't even have to introduce myself anymore. Just one last quick.
Can you pull the microphone down,
Yeah,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
One last, I hope, quick question. It's kind of sitting on my mind as all of this goes through here. Can someone tell me who shares the risk of this project with us?
Nobody.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. That's
Thank
all
you.
I wanted to know.
I just did want to say, I had the pleasure of meeting Kim Fowler when she joined our team. She's a veteran of municipal governance and in planning, sustainability, and strategic planning. I'm fine. So you can sit down. Thanks. We had a long discussion because I'll tell you, these projects, when you watch what happened in Toronto with Sky Dome, disaster. Victoria, $28 million project turned into a $40 million project. Edmonton, a $400 million project turned into a $620 million project. This thing scares the living heck out of me. I got to tell you, I'll save my personal opinion to the ballot box, but I wanted to say, I asked her in all of her time, and she's been in Victoria, she's been in Chilliwack, she's been in Red Deer. I asked her, and I trust her because of her level of experience and her honesty and the way she speaks, to the point. I asked her, I said, how does the level of due diligence that we're doing on this project compare to what you've seen in all your years of experience? And she said quite plainly, she's never seen a level of due diligence where the layers of the onion have been pulled back so far to determine what the facts are so that we can go to the community with the information that they need to make an informed decision. I will say that I will agree with Councillor Thorpe that I fully support the process here. The process is about information gathering. And I want to have as much information as possible for the community to make a sound and informed and considerate decision. So when somebody with her level of experience tells me, and I mean, one of her projects was a $600 million project, and she says she's never seen this level of scrutiny before, and so I trust her and I believe her. Ms. Sammer.
I just want to personally thank you for that recognition for staff and the level of expertise and experience that we have here. We are here and in this process not because of me and my role as city manager, but because of the capacity and the leadership that we have from Mr. Mema as the CFO and Ms. Fowler joining the team and Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Harding. Those are the experts that know Parks and Rec. They know planning, they know engineering, they know finance, and they know how to do these types of massive projects. And without that type of expertise, which is decades upon decades in many different environments, at the table, we wouldn't be here. We could not possibly have taken advantage of the possibility to do this at this time. So I thank you very, very much for doing that recognition for our staff.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, and I don't want to belabor this, but I just wanted to add that we just came out of a very, very complicated project. Every bit as complicated as this, and it's our water filtration plant. And if it hadn't been for a government change in the harmonized sales tax versus a standalone PST GST, which caused a slight overrun in that project, the way our staff and our contractors managed that project was absolutely brilliant. And I have to give them kudos. If you've ever been through that place, you'll understand how complicated a building that is. And it does its job. It does it flawlessly. It does it efficiently. And while there may have been spurts and starts and trips and falls in Nanaimo's histories, and we've got our own foibles, don't get me wrong, we've got our own quirks and foibles. The fact is that project there is a testament to the talent that we've got here in Nanaimo, as will this one, with all hope. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you.